Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for today.
Royal Albert Hall Bill Lords, second reading.
Second reading what day?
Tuesday the 13th of May, Mr Speaker.
Tuesday the 13th of May. Right. We now order, order. Will the member wishing to take their seats please come to the table?
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Sarah Pritchett.
Welcome to Parliament.
Thank you very much.
What was we said? Yeah, make the announcement. Yeah. See, start with.
Right, we start with questions. Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Jack Rankin.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We expect all women to be shown the utmost care and respect when receiving maternity and neonatal care. This year's planning guidance requires ICBs and providers to deliver the key actions in this final year of NHS England's 3-year delivery plan. But from listening to the harrowing stories of bereaved and harmed families, it's clear we must do more. Secretary of State is urgently considering the significant action needed to ensure that all women and babies receive the care they deserve.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last year's birth trauma inquiry report exposed that maternity services in this country are woefully underfunded. Now the Health Secretary intends to cut the budget for maternity improvements from 95 million to just 2 million. That equates to under £4 per child born in this country per year. What kind of change is that? What message does this send to mothers across this country, and does he plan to implement any of the birth trauma inquiry's report recommendations, many of which were committed to by the previous government?
Minister.
What did you do?
The honourable gentleman is not correct. Maternity funding is not ring-fenced in the same level. I think that's what he's referring to, but it's absolutely being committed to as far as ICB allocations, and local leaders will decide how best to allocate that money. And we will continue to work with Donna Ockenden and the families of previous incidents and make sure that the recommendations of her report on the maternity review is fully implemented.
Jen Craft.
Mr Speaker. As colleagues will be aware, one of the key consistencies across failings in maternity units is a failure to listen to women and to put their experiences and quite often their pain during childbirth at the heart of driving improvement. So what assurances can the Minister give that women's experiences and voices will be at the heart of any maternity improvement strategy that the government focuses on?
Minister.
She's absolutely right to highlight, and that's been found out in all the reviews that have been undertaken. It's completely unacceptable. That's why my honourable friend, the Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has continued to meet with families and hear those experiences to make sure that we learn from those, that we continue to support the implementation of those reviews, and crucially we make sure that women's voices are taken forward as part of our 10-year plan.
So, Secretary of State Erdogan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I fear many will have found the Minister's answer to my honourable friend disappointing. He highlighted that the last government committed to the headline recommendation of the cross-party birth trauma inquiry led by the Honourable Member for Canterbury and by the former Member for Stafford, Theo Clark, who's recently written about her experiences in a book and in the Mail calling for a national maternity improvement strategy. No equivalent commitment has been made by this government. So can we try again? And will the Minister commit without any equivocation to implementing the recommendation of the inquiry to produce a national maternity improvement strategy?
Minister.
To be clear to the Shadow Secretary of State, that my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is continuing to look at all of those and consider how best to respond.
Right, we come to Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Too many families in Shropshire have suffered the agonising loss of losing a baby following the scandal at Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital Trust. And with the CQC rating 65% of trusts as inadequate or requiring improvement for maternity safety, and the taxpayer forking out a staggering £1.15 billion in compensation for maternity failings last year, can the Secretary of State or the Minister describe how she can reassure us that with the £100 million that was put aside particularly to deal with unsafe staffing, with it no longer being ring-fenced, can she assure us that those safe staffing levels will remain in our maternity wards?
Minister.
Well, I know this is an issue that the spokesperson for Liberal Democrats follows very closely in her own local community. We are absolutely committed, as I think she knows and understands, to making sure that the recommendations of the reviews are fully implemented as part of that 3-year plan. But can I just gently say to the Honourable Lady that her party has consistently opposed the extra £26 billion that this government raised to support the wider health service. Without that extra funding and the decisions that the Chancellor made, we would not be able to make the progress that we are now starting to see.
Jessica Turner.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And despite my best efforts, can I welcome the member for Runcorn and Helsby to her place? Being a Member of Parliament is a privilege, and I know how special it is to sit on these benches, having been sent here by constituents, and regardless of political differences, wish her well personally. Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'd like to take questions 2 and 14 together. Mr. Speaker, as part of our 10-year plan for health, we want to deliver a real shift in the centre of gravity in the NHS so that people get more care closer to home, indeed in their home too. The NHS as much a neighbourhood health service as a national health service. We've already made progress in shifting care to the community, £889 million more in funding for GPs, agreeing the GP contract for the first time since the pandemic, and recruiting over 1,500 GPs onto the front line. Our 10-year plan will set out how we will continue to transform the NHS into a neighbourhood health service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm deeply concerned about the quality of healthcare for people experiencing homelessness in my constituency, Bournemouth West. Health Bus, a local charity, is doing great work to get out into the community to treat people where they are and prevent them from getting into hospitals. But they are not getting the funding they need and have discovered serious discrepancies in the way the local ICB commissions services, particularly for health inequalities. So can the Secretary of State tell me how this government is prioritising health outcomes for people experiencing homelessness, and will he meet with me and Health Bus to discuss how we can support their important work?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, it was the founding mission of the NHS to always be there for people when they need it, so that whenever they fall ill, they never have to worry about the bill. And unfortunately, too many people in our country today experience that fear that Nye Bevan sought to eradicate, thanks to the disaster and the failures of 14 years of Conservative government. As my honourable friend would expect, tackling health inequalities for homeless people and other vulnerable groups is absolutely central to the values of this Labour government, and those values will be reflected in our 10-year plan for health, and I'd be delighted to hear further from her on what we can do to improve services in her area.
Your plan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for his announcement this morning regarding GP services. And one way pressure is eased in our GP services is through organisations like Compassion in Action. It's a charity in my constituency that provides non-clinical whole-person care. So they receive GP referrals across Lee and align with the government's aim to shift care from hospitals to communities. So will the Minister join me in thanking the staff and founder Pam Gilligan and agree to come for a tour to see the facilities and to see firsthand the impact that they have?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wholeheartedly join her in thanking Pam and everyone at Compassion in Action for the work that they do. I think at the heart of this government's approach to health is a recognition that government action is essential for improving health outcomes in our country, but government acting alone will not be sufficient. That's why working with the voluntary sector, working with employers, working with trade unions, community groups, and actually all of us as individual citizens is vital for tackling health inequalities and improving care in our country. And I'd be delighted to make sure that one of the team comes to visit as soon as we possibly can.
Stuart Anderson, welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Community hospitals can reduce pressure on major hospitals, especially in rural communities like mine. Will the Secretary of State lay out his plans of how he intends to support community hospitals in South Shropshire?
Well, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this government's approach is investment and reform of the NHS to make sure we deliver better outcomes for patients. That means the biggest devolution of power in the history of the NHS, with more decisions taken closer to patients and their communities, indeed more power in the hands of patients too. Community hospitals do have a vital role to play, and no doubt, thanks to the decisions taken by this government to deliver £26 billion more into our NHS, we'll be able to make further and faster progress, opposed by the party opposite.
Susan Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Mid Dumbartonshire, there's an ageing population in need of local healthcare services. Will the Secretary of State meet with their Scottish counterpart to discuss the need for increased access to community healthcare, specifically the need for a new health and care centre within my constituency of Mid Dumbartonshire? Thank you.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for her question. She'd be delighted to know that only last week I met with my counterparts in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland to talk about how we can work together to improve health and care throughout the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. She will know that health is devolved, but thanks to the decisions taken by this Labour government, the Scottish Government has just been delivered the biggest financial settlement since devolution began, which might mean they might finally make some progress on their waiting list, where 1 in 6 Scots are on a waiting list, and the SNP are on to their 5th NHS reform plan in 4 years.
It's coming down. Alex Bellinger.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to tell my honourable friend that we've recruited over 1,500 additional GPs since October through an investment of £82 million, helping to fix the front door to the NHS. And today we've announced £100 million of funding that will unlock new capacity and more appointments in GP surgeries, and we've also launched a red tape challenge and scrapped unnecessary targets in our new GP contract to cut down on bureaucracy and free up time to spend with patients.
Speaker, my constituents in Hale Zone have written to me time and again complaining that they are calling at 8 a.m. Their GP surgeries as instructed, but they are still unable to get a same-day appointment. So can the Minister set out for my constituents how this £100 million investment in GP surgeries, consulting rooms and other facilities will finally put an end to this frustrating 8 a.m. scramble?
Minister.
Well, I thank him and absolutely share his frustrations and the frustrations of his constituents. The investment that we've made today was in response to GPs telling us that they needed more space, leading to more capacity, leading to better access and better outcomes for his constituents. Of course, today's announcement was only possible thanks to the decisions made in the October budget, which were opposed by every party opposite. So the choice is clear: investment in our NHS with Labour or cuts with the Tories and reform.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Dr. Toby Nelson, an NHS consultant dermatologist, has started a business that seeks to address the heavy demand on primary care for skin health screening. His business, Map My Mole, sends an image capture kit to patients to attach to their smartphones. The patients then send the high-resolution image remotely to be reviewed by a specialist consultant, bypassing the need for a GP appointment and freeing up time and resources for both doctor and patient. It's already resulted in a significant drop in skin cancer referrals in pilot GP surgeries. So will the Minister agree to meet with Dr Nelson and I to discuss this revolutionary proposal?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. She raises what sounds like an extremely interesting scheme. She will know that we've got a strong commitment in our 10-year plan to shifting from hospital to community and indeed from analogue to digital, and the digital aspects of what she just said sound very interesting, so I'd certainly be more than happy to take further representations from her.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend for that question. She is an outstanding campaigner on this issue, as I'm sure everybody across this House is aware. She will know that the NHS England accelerator pilots have shown how improved IT connectivity and a single point of access can speed up eye care referrals and allow more patients to be managed in the community. It's a great example of that shift from analogue to digital that we want to make. We're developing the 10-year health plan with input from the public, from our partners and health staff, and which of course includes the eye care sector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. And can I say I welcome all the work both he and the Secretary of State are doing in rebuilding our NHS. But we know that there is a capacity crisis within eye healthcare. NH ophthalmology continues to be the busiest and largest outpatient service. And we know that essentially what's leading to many people are ending up not getting seen soon enough, and which is resulting in many of them losing their sight unnecessarily. So what we need is a joined up healthcare plan. So will the Minister agree to ensuring that eye healthcare will be part of the government's wider 10-year health plan?
Well, I thank her for that question, and she's absolutely right that early intervention is crucial. The interface between the high street and secondary care is a vitally important part of that, and that means having a joined-up eye health strategy. The 10-year plan will absolutely have that joined-up strategy at its heart. She'll be pleased to know that since July, ophthalmology waiting lists have dropped by 24,000. So change has begun. There's still a long way to go to dig us out of the mess left by the party opposite, but it's thanks to the decisions this government's made, opposed by parties opposite, that we're beginning to see that change gaining traction.
So James Lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another part of the 10-year health plan is the use of digital technology. AI auto-contouring reduces waiting times, frees up capacity for radiotherapists, which is why, under the Conservative government, £15.5 million was allocated, money which has now been cut under his government. Why?
Minister.
I think the Honourable Gentleman's referring to the single point of access digital technology, which is game-changing in terms of improving the interface between high street and secondary care, as the question's about eye care. So I probably just worth reminding him of that. We are absolutely committed to single point of access technology. We believe it can be game-changing technology, and it's a vitally important part of our shift from analogue to digital.
Dr. Peter Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The President of the Royal College of Ophthalmologists has stated that the widespread outsourcing of NHS cataract surgery to private for-profit providers risks the integrity of hospital eye surgery departments, meaning that there will be few services to treat patients with preventable blindness. So how can we reassure the public that such services will be maintained?
Well, I thank him for that question, and whilst the independent sector clearly has an important role to play in tackling waiting lists and backlogs, we will not tolerate any overpriced or subpar care, and we will not tolerate any distortion of patient choice. The recently published partnership agreement between NHS England and the Independent Healthcare Providers Network commits to ending incentives that can lead to this, supporting equal access and genuine choice for all patients, and we're working together to deliver on this.
Yes, Bramford.
Mr. Speaker, NHS Sussex ICB is one of only 5 in England not to commission a minor eye condition service known as MECS in community optometry settings. This means that patients in Chichester with urgent or minor eye issues have to either join the 8 a.m. queue for a GP appointment or go to their hospital rather than being seen quickly on the high street. Given that 99.9% of MECS patients elsewhere in England are seen within 24 hours, will the Minister set out what action he is taking to ensure that MECS are commissioned consistently across all ICBs within the 10-year health plan?
Well, I thank her for that question, and of course ICBs are responsible for doing the commissioning of these services, which are clearly extremely important, and the early intervention side of eye care is particularly important. So I'd be more than happy to look into that issue with her particular ICB if she would care perhaps to write to me and make further representations.
Blake Stevenson.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our mission-driven approach to this issue means that we are working with all departments to deliver an NHS fit for the future, and we expect integrated care boards to work closely with their mayors to maximise public health and contribute to the government's health and growth missions.
Blake Stevenson.
I thank the Minister for her response. Funding and delivery of a GP surgery for Wixham's in my constituency continues to fall between the cracks of developers, local councils and the local ICB. Does the Minister agree that to break these kinds of deadlocks and build the infrastructure our communities require, new mayors should have the power to direct ICBs, making locally elected politicians responsible rather than unelected quangos?
Minister.
He tempts me slightly on the local accountability issue, which he may know. I know he has been a strong campaigner on this issue, and he knows, because I've met with him, that I do agree that it is important that these local bodies respond properly to making sure that where there are expansions of housing, which we want to see, that they are supported by local infrastructure. I'm happy to come back to him again if there's any more detail that I can provide to him.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much. Norfolk and Waveney ICB is consulting once again on closing Norwich's walk-in centre. They asked the same question 2 years ago, and the city and Norfolk said, no, we want to save our walk-in centre. So does the Minister agree on the importance of walk-in centres, and how we will ensure in the context of devolution that ICBs actually heed what residents are saying?
Minister.
She's absolutely right to be campaigning on behalf of our local constituents to make sure, as we want to see, that more services are delivered in communities. We want to see services out of hospital into local communities. It is up to the ICB to decide how they're commissioned, but we will certainly be making sure as part of our 10-year plan that we see more of these sorts of services working together in neighbourhoods as part of our commitment.
Natasha Irons.
Question number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People deserve the very best health and care. Our plan for change is already bringing waiting lists down. Our 10-year plan for health will set out how we improve access and make the 3 shifts I described earlier so that the NHS is fit for the future. At the same time, we're rebuilding adult social care now and for the future. Baroness Casey's independent commission has launched, and it will set out through its work how we will create a national care service. All of this made possible thanks to the investment decisions taken by the Chancellor in her budget, investment opposed by the party opposite, showing that you can only trust Labour to invest in and modernise our NHS.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Centre for Young Lives published a report looking at the state of mental health support for children and young people across England. The report outlines that despite ongoing crisis in mental health amongst young people, there remains a 55% treatment gap between adult and children's mental health, and fewer than 10% of integrated care boards have a dedicated strategy to support children's mental health. So will he consider strengthening statutory guidance for ICBs to ensure they assess the local need of children and young people, publish their treatment gap data on an ongoing basis, and create joined-up, community-based mental health support for our young people?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. Young people's mental health is a priority for this government. That's why we set out in our manifesto our commitment to make sure mental health support is available in every primary and secondary school in the country. We have walk-in mental health services in every community, and we also invest in the mental health workforce so that we can cut waiting times. I'm also working very closely with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, to make sure that our education and health services are working closely together so that children get the very best start in life, and we're looking after mind, body, soul, aspiration and futures.
Sir Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor increased the cost of employing people in social care by raising national insurance contributions for social care employers, and then exempted NHS employers from those increased costs. When will this government properly support social care and relieve the sector from pressures caused by the Chancellor under this government?
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the decisions taken by this Chancellor, we're putting £26 billion more into health and social care. Thanks to the decisions taken by this Chancellor, the spending power of local authorities has risen. Thanks to the decisions taken by this Chancellor, we've delivered the biggest expansion of carers allowance since the 1970s. Thanks to the decisions taken by this Chancellor, we've significantly increased the Disabled Facilities Grant, not just last year, but this year. That's the investment delivered by a Labour government, opposed by the Conservatives, and reform, which shows you can only trust Labour with our NHS.
Another chance in a minute. Dr. Luke Evans.
Yeah. This government has been in power for 10 months. 2 months ago, Labour postponed the cross-party talks on social care. Can you tell this House when they will be rescheduled?
Mr. Speaker, as I've announced to the House, the work of Baroness Casey's independent commission is up and running. She's making contact with parties across this House as part of the work of her commission, and it's for Baroness Casey to decide the base upon which she's engaging with parties, and I look forward to working with parties at the conclusion of the process.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Well, thank you for his change for it to be no longer cross-party, but the government has said that the full changes won't be implemented until 2036. Now, only this week, the Health and Social Care Committee released their new report on social care and the huge cost of inaction. The report called for new actions that could be taken now. They include things like publishing annual assessments of the level of unmet care needs for adults, as well as annual estimates into how much delayed discharges are costing the NHS. Will the Secretary of State commit to those two today?
Mr. Speaker, I do take the Select Committee seriously, and I'll look carefully at their report. But the Shadow Minister has got some brass neck. He talks about this government being in for 10 months. They had more than 10 years, and now we're picking up the pieces for the mess they left behind. That's why they were kicked out of government. That's why they're being kicked out of opposition. Looking at this lot must be how the islanders felt looking at the dodo.
Mother Tagala.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We're already rolling out our manifesto commitment of 700,000 extra urgent dental appointments per year. These appointments are available across the country for those experiencing painful dental issues such as infections, abscesses or cracked or broken teeth. We are committed to reforming the dental contract and making NHS dentistry fit for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The dental contract imposed in 2006 is widely recognised as a key factor driving dentists out of the NHS. In my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon, there are no NHS dentists currently taking on new patients, and existing NHS patients are being actively pressured to go private or seek care out of county. Will the Minister commit to urgent reform of NHS dentistry and set out a timeline of negotiations so that I can reassure my constituents?
Minister.
Well, I thank her for that, and she's right that the dental contract is fundamentally flawed and needs reform. I met with the British Dental Association on the 8th of April, had a very productive discussion with them about dental contract reform, and DHSC officials are now working hard with the BDA and other stakeholders to develop a dental contract that works for patients, dental professionals and for the public purse. I will, of course, keep her and the House updated. I know this issue is something of huge importance to the country and to every member of this House.
Chris Webb.
Mr. Speaker, it's been a year today that I was sworn into this House, but every single week someone has raised with me about getting access to a local NHS dentist in Blackpool. Nowhere is taking on adults, nowhere was looking after pregnant women. This has to change. So can the Minister outline to my constituents when they'll be able to get access to an NHS dentist under this Labour government?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that, and there is no perfect payment system. We've got to look at the issue around units of dental activity, we've got to look at options around capitation, sessional payments, and come to a conclusion around what works in terms of ensuring that everything that we commit to NHS dentistry is spent on NHS dentistry, because we are in a mad situation now where demand for NHS dentistry is going through the roof, and yet we're having an underspend every year on the contract. So we've got to fix that. It's going to take some time to work that out with the British Dental Association, other key stakeholders. What is tragic about this situation is the party opposite had 14 years to fix this situation and left the situation in a terrible, terrible mess.
Or a Kirkspur.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. I commend my honourable friend for her work on such an important topic, and I know it's very personal to her. Specialist perinatal and maternal mental health services are available across England, providing vital support to parents before, during and after pregnancy, including increased access to evidence-based psychological therapies. We are training thousands more midwives to better support women throughout pregnancy, with mother and baby units and community services providing postnatal support.
Kirk-Smith.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Tomorrow is World Maternal Mental Health Day, recognising the particular challenges that some mums face in this period from pregnancy through to birth and after birth. I commend the Secretary of State and his team for their rapid work to get the NHS delivering better for patients again. As they develop the 10-year plan for the NHS, can the Minister tell me more about what measures will be taken to ensure that all women, it's not this postcode lottery, but all women facing perinatal mental health challenges can access that right psychological support?
Well, I absolutely join with her in recognising the importance of supporting women's health throughout pregnancy and into parenthood on Maternal Mental Health Day. We are committed to improving the support available. It will form an important part of our 10-year plan. We're investing £126 million in family hubs and Start for Life services to support parents throughout pregnancy to early childhood, and we'll continue to work with her on this.
President Van Baalen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and for the answer from the Minister. I'm delighted to be forming the all-party parliamentary group on fatherhood, and I'd also like the Minister to outline the steps she will be taking to improve parental health for fathers as well.
Minister.
Well, I congratulate him on taking forward that work, and I know my friend, the Minister, will be very happy to continue to work with him on any way that we can to support the work. I think it's a really important aspect of parenthood.
Katie White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 9.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are already using technology to improve preventative healthcare and transform the NHS. We've invested £11 million in AI to trial breast cancer screening mammogram interpretation. We're piloting the NHS Health Check Online to tackle cardiovascular disease. And our NHS Better Health digital products, including the award-winning Couch to 5 app, were used by millions of people last year to tackle preventable conditions, and more will be included in the 10-year health plan.
ATY.
Thank the Minister. Leeds is leading the way in health tech, with Leeds Teaching Hospitals, the City Council, NHS Digital and firms like EMIS headquartered in Rawdon in my constituency, driving real innovation. How will the Secretary of State and his team ensure that Leeds is at the heart of the NHS 10-year plan so we can shift to prevention and spread the benefits to every corner of the UK?
Minister.
Thank you. I commend the work that my honourable friend refers to. The new Health Tech Innovation Hub, a flagship project of the West Yorkshire Investment Zone, brings together West Yorkshire Combined Authority and organisations like the Health Tech Leeds Partnership, academics, clinicians, policymakers, more than 250 health tech firms headquartered in the region, and they are already driving forward health innovation together. And as we've said before, Mr. Speaker, we must learn about the best of the NHS and take it to the rest of the NHS. The 10-year plan will shift to a model where the NHS focuses on prevention, with more services delivered in local communities through new technologies.
Alex Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One piece of technology that already exists that can prevent hydrocephalus is the humble tape measure. The Secretary of State has said he would ask NICE to conduct a review into the frequency of infant head measurements to detect hydrocephalus early. The charity Harry's Hat, based in my constituency, says this review isn't necessary, the evidence is already there. Will the Minister meet with me and the charity to discuss this further so that more infants' lives can be saved?
And in fairness, the Secretary of State did meet with them.
And has just told me, Mr. Speaker, what a wonderful charity they are. And I'll be more than happy to make sure that the relevant minister meets with the member to discuss that.
Gregory Stafford.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister and I announced, NHS England will be brought back into the department to put an end to the duplication, waste and inefficiency resulting from two organisations doing the same job. The final nail in the coffin of the disastrous 2012 reorganisation, which led to the longest waiting times, lowest patient satisfaction and most expensive NHS reorganisation in history. Since the announcement, we've set up a joint board, assessed resources and responsibilities across existing organisations, developed proposals on the role, functions funds and structure of the new centre and started detailed operational and legislative planning.
Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State claims to support change, yet delays to the NHS reorganisation, including to the promised abolition of NHS England, suggest otherwise. Isn't the truth, as the Secretary of State outlined in his Guardian article, that he's bogging the system down in a slow, top-heavy restructure, while instead resorting to tax rises instead of delivering the decentralised, locally delivered, value-for-money healthcare that our constituents deserve?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, a lot of words and not a lot of sense, Mr. Speaker. We are reforming the NHS and, as a result of these changes, redirecting hundreds of millions of pounds to the front line. And what is the Conservative Party's response to the abolition? The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said it could be a great thing, but it could be a total disaster. Will you let us know when they've made up their mind?
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just make the point that the land reforms which were implemented top-down by the party opposite, the idea that the NHS could ever be truly independent when it is there to serve us, the taxpayer, the general public. So will the Secretary of State agree with me that it is absolutely the right decision to move funding away from the centre to the front line to prioritise patients in the work that the NHS does?
My honourable friend has huge experience in this area, and she is absolutely right. What we saw under the Conservatives was bloated bureaucracy, layer upon layer upon layer of checkers when we need more doers, and that is why frontline staff, patients and provider leaders all welcome the changes we are making so we can invest more into our frontline.
So, Secretary of State Adega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Service Journal reports officials have acknowledged that the first draft of a high-level plan for merging NHS England and DHSC has now been delayed. When asking any written question about the merger, the standard answer seems to be, and I quote, "Ministers and senior department officials will work with the new transformation team at the top of NHS England, led by Sir Jim Mackey, to determine the structure and requirements needed to support the creation of a new centre for health and care." Even when asking a question specifically about the size of that transformation team itself, the answer is virtually identical. Either they willfully decide not to answer or they simply don't know. As with so many things, the government goes for the headline-grabbing announcement and talks the talk on reform, but without having done the actual work to deliver it. So my question to the Secretary of State is simple. When will that first high-level plan for the merger, with full assessment of costs and savings, be published?
Mr. Speaker, honestly, he had his chance. He was the minister who took forward the last Reform Act of the last Conservative government, and he failed in that task. And now he turns up without a shred of remorse, without a shred of humility, attacking this government for cleaning up the mess they left behind. They're not a party of government. They're not even a party of opposition anymore. They are a total irrelevance.
Josh McAllister.
Question 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to fixing the front door of the NHS, including delivering the primary care infrastructure required to enable a neighbourhood health service. We've already taken steps to improve primary care infrastructure, including £100 million capital funding to upgrade GP buildings. We will set out how we will move to a neighbourhood health service in our upcoming 10-year plan following the spending review.
Josh McAllister.
Thank the Minister for her answer to that question. Workington suffers from some really poor health outcomes and has an incredibly fragmented health system. I've worked with local leaders in my constituency to pull together a plan for a new neighbourhood health centre called the Workington Health Zone, based around multidisciplinary teams, clear goals and less bureaucracy, and much greater access for patients. Would the Minister agree with me that this is exactly the kind of reform that we need to be enabling through the forthcoming 10-year plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with the honourable member, and I would be delighted to work with him on the government's commitment to deliver a neighbourhood health service which reinforces integrated working for the NHS, local government, social care and wider partners as the norm.
Mr. Backday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knutsford desperately needs a modern medical centre. The local GPs and the community are united that the current provision no longer is fit for purpose, and with the growing population, it cannot meet everybody's need. So in light of the government's announcement of £102 million to modernise GP surgeries to make it easier to see more patients, would the Minister meet with me to discuss a new modern medical centre for Knutsford?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for recognising the significant investment announced today in GP services and buildings, and I'd be delighted to ensure that the relevant minister will meet with her.
Go Snell.
12, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Driving down waiting times is one of this government's top priorities, and my colleagues at NHS England continue to keep in regular contact with ICBs on improving those waiting times and delivering the ambitions in our elective reform plan. Since July, we've cut waiting lists by more than 219,000 across England and 6,000 in university hospitals in North Midlands, and delivered 3 million more appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer and recognise the Herculean effort the Department is making to reduce waiting times, particularly in Stoke-on-Trent. But one cancer patient who is having their treatment at the Royal Stoke Hospital in my constituency has shared her story with me. From the initial operation, it took 6 weeks for her to be told she may have cancerous cells in the lymph node. There was a delay in the CT scan, and then after the CT scan, she was told it was 10 weeks to meet an oncologist to discuss the results. So could the Minister say a bit more about how, whilst reducing access to the waiting times into the service, once someone's in a treatment plan, how is the Department making sure that treatment is given in a timely fashion?
Minister.
Well, I am sorry for the experience that his constituent has had, and he highlights a really important aspect of the patient journey through the system, and I want him and the House to be absolutely assured that we are looking at that entire patient journey, both into hospitals and between hospitals. We are determined to improve patient experience and the quality of their care and get back that patient satisfaction that was squandered by the last government.
Adam Jones.
Team, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reducing hospital backlogs is a key priority for this government's plan for change, as the 18-week standard for elective care has not been met for almost a decade. Our elective reform plan sets out how we return to this standard by the end of this Parliament through a combination of investment and reform. Since July, the waiting list has reduced by over 219,000, and we have delivered an extra 3 million appointments, exceeding our manifesto pledge and doing it earlier than planned.
Yogi.
I'm grateful to the Secretary for his answer and for the progress made, but there is still more to do. My constituent in Newcastle-Lyme has recently been recovering from vein surgery at the Royal Stoke University Hospital. However, she's faced multiple setbacks due to failures in duty of care, including scalding injuries and a severely mishandled admission process. She's now receiving the correct care, but had to wait many months to be admitted to the correct ward and has been given limited time for rehabilitative treatment. So does the Secretary agree with me that to tackle backlogs, our hospitals must have the resources they need to provide the right care the first time round, and that patients are given the time and support to fully and effectively recover?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question and horrified to hear about his constituents' experience. This is a government that will never brush problems under the carpet, that will never pretend that things are better than they are, and I know that for all the progress we've made in the last 10 months, there is still so much more to do. And when we publish our 10-year plan for health, we've got to make sure that quality and safety are at the heart of every patient interaction. He's right about the need for investment. That's why we're investing £26 billion in the NHS and social care, and why it's so disappointing that the parties opposite voted against it.
On a recent visit to the Royal United Hospital in Bath's breast unit, specialists told me about a red flag system which could help speed up care. If someone has a red flag symptom, like a lump or bleeding nipple, the triage team could book them straight into the breast clinic rather than waiting to see a GP. Would the Secretary of State support an approach like that?
Can I thank the honourable member for an extremely constructive contribution? That is exactly why, at the heart of our plans for reform and modernisation, we're also placing such an emphasis on the digital and technological transformation. We have such rich data about our patients' experiences that we're not using effectively enough. If we use the information more effectively and efficiently, we can spot and identify risk much more proactively and make sure that people get timely access to urgent care and treatment when they need it.
Dr. Britton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also grateful to the Secretary of State for the work he and his team have done to reduce NHS waiting times month on month for the last 6 months. However, the backlog that grew under the last Conservative government is still impacting my constituents, and I've listened to countless constituents who've told me about the upsetting impact of long waiting times for an ADHD diagnosis for children. This is having a detrimental knock-on impact on access to support, including to CAM services, shared care agreements and lack of support for adopted children. I welcome the news that the waiting lists have gone down, but can the Minister set out how his work will be targeted to bring down waiting lists for an ADHD diagnosis in my constituency to ensure consistency in diagnosis rates across trusts?
I'm so grateful to my honourable friend for her question, and I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, who's leading work cross-government in this area. We have a task force specifically looking at the issues that she raises, and together we're looking to make sure that our education and our health services are better joined up to meet the needs of young people. I'm also working with my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington, to look at how, drawing on his experience, how we can improve the health and care of care-experienced young people and young adults. So I hope we'll have lots of progress to report on these issues.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, one of the ways to reduce the backlogs is to reduce or put an end to health tourism in this country, where people come to this country, get the treatment and then nip back to where they come from. So does the Secretary of State think it's a good idea that people entering this country should provide health insurance or be refused entry?
Mr. Speaker, when any of us travel abroad, we expect to take out travel insurance and pay for our healthcare needs overseas, and that is the standard we expect for visitors to our country too. We've got lots more to do to improve on that front. Can I also say that I deplore the comments made by his party leader, who said he does not support a taxpayer-funded NHS for the British people. He might want that debate. The leader of the so-called opposition says she wants that debate. As far as Labour's concerned, we're clear about where we stand. This will always be, under Labour, a national health service, publicly funded and free at the point of use.
Question 15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is taking a hard-headed approach to cutting waiting times. We're investing an extra £26 billion in our NHS, and where the independent sector has spare capacity, we will pay to get NHS patients treated faster, free at the point of use. So far, our approach to investment and reform has cut waiting lists by over 200,000. Perhaps the honourable member will tell us how it's going in Scotland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State claimed this morning on BBC Radio 4 Today programme, and a most excellent programme it is, that the Labour Party are the only party that can be trusted with the National Health Service. So can he confirm that no aspect of the NHS whatsoever, whether ownership of the estate, provision of specialist services or any other form of privatisation, will be included in the much-promised trade deal between the UK and the United States? No more excuses, Secretary of State. Just give a direct answer to a direct question.
Mr. Speaker, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The NHS will be privatised over my dead body. This party founded the NHS as a publicly funded public service, free at the point of use. We do use the independent sector to cut waiting lists. And guess what? The SNP-led government in Scotland does the same thing. We've also made it clear that the NHS is not up for sale in any trade deal. It is clear, it is unequivocal. He can sling mud as much as he likes. What he can't do is run from the SNP's abysmal record on the NHS of 18 long, poor years.
Right, let us come to topicals. You and Yang.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
You stay.
Straight to top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. GPs are at the front door to our NHS. Today, I can announce that we are supporting over 1,000 surgeries across the country to modernise their buildings, backed by over £102 million, the biggest public investment in GP facilities for 5 years. Following years of neglect, this vital funding will create additional space to see more patients, boost productivity, improve patient care, and will enable 8 million more family doctor appointments each year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome today's announcement of refurbishing 1,000 GP surgeries across the country, because I've made it my own priority to meet with as many GPs as possible in my own constituency of Burley and Woodley. Our local GPs have been telling me that our health centres need more physical space in order to accommodate growing local needs, as well as to facilitate the expansion of healthcare into the community. So would the Secretary of State be willing to meet with me and my local GPs to discuss how we can better improve the physical space needed for care to be brought close to people's homes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be delighted to do so. Since we came into government, we made this announcement today. We put £889 million into general practice. We've agreed a contract with GPs, including reform for patient access and services. We are fixing the front door to the NHS. Of course, it will take time. We've recruited 1,500 more GPs by the end of March, but day by day, week by week, month by month and year by year, people should see improvements in their GP services thanks to Labour.
Shadow Minister Dr Caroline Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, taking medicines on time is important, especially for conditions such as diabetes and epilepsy. Dr Atchison, an A&E consultant who has time-critical medicines for his own Parkinson's disease, understands this well. He's been running a quality improvement programme to ensure time-critical medicines are given on time in A&E. Will the Secretary of State lend this project his support, and will he commit to reviewing how time-critical medicines are delivered on wards as well?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Shadow Minister for her constructive question. I'd be delighted to hear more about this particular initiative. She's absolutely right about timely access to medicines, and I think through a combination of service reform but also modernisation of technology, we can assist clinicians and patients to help them manage their medication and make sure people get timely access to medicines.
Dr Caroline Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for the answer. I'd be delighted to meet with him to discuss it further. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, when Labour negotiates, Britain loses, and this government capitulated to union demands with nothing in return. It is therefore of no surprise to anyone that within months they're back in dispute with resident doctors, and that the BMA have announced a ballot for strike action. So what is the Secretary of State going to do to protect patients and taxpayers?
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what we're not going to do. We're not going to see £1.7 billion wasted on resident doctor strikes. We're not going to see £1.5 million cancelled operations and appointments. That's exactly what happened on their watch. Within 3 weeks, we ended the resident doctor strikes, and we've cut waiting lists by 200,000 as a result. As I've said to resident doctors, they will see their pay offer is fair, and that neither staff nor patients want to go back to the bad old days of strikes under the Tories. They had an unwilling and incalcitrant government under the Conservatives, unwilling to work with resident doctors. We want to work with them to deliver better care for patients.
Mr Richard Quidley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to my 17-year-old constituent, Arlo Lamby, who tragically died on April the 13th following a diagnosis of a grade 4 brain tumour. I knew Arlo. He was a fun and bright lad and will be sadly missed. Whilst Arlo's parents, Ellie and Alex, wish to put on record their thanks for the, in their words, incredible and compassionate care Arlo received at St Mary's Hospital on the Isle of Wight, they want to know what steps the Secretary of State is taking to improve NHS access to breakthrough treatments, ensuring that the commercial interests of pharmaceutical companies do not take precedence, so that children like Arlo are given the best possible chance of surviving longer from brain cancer.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to add my condolences and heartfelt condolences to Arlo's family. In September, we launched a new series of funding opportunities designed to help increase brain cancer research for both adults and children, and we're committed to furthering our investment and support for high-quality brain tumour research, ensuring funding is used in the most meaningful and impactful way. Honourable members will note that there is a debate due on Thursday on brain tumours, and I'll also be attending the APPG on brain tumours next week.
Helen Morgan, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. When he gave his statement to the House just after Christmas, the Secretary of State acknowledged that cross-party consensus is essential to delivering meaningful social care reform, and Liberal Democrats support him in that endeavour. But we still don't have a date for those cross-party meetings. Will he give us one now?
Mr Speaker, dates for meetings with the Commission are now a matter for the Independent Commission.
Josh McAllister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. West Cumbria, like many parts of the UK, is a dental desert, and in some communities, urgent dental access centres have proven a real success at building up dental services. So will the Minister join with me in supporting my campaign to introduce an urgent dental access centre in West Cumbria?
I thank him. The government has, of course, launched the 700,000 urgent dental appointments. I think there's 57,500 allocated to his ICB. He will know, of course, that ICBs are responsible for commissioning primary care services based on the needs of the population. But I also know that he is a very strong campaigner for his constituents. I understand that his dialogue with his ICB on this matter has been positive and constructive, and I'm sure that he will continue to fly the flag.
Sir Jeremy Hunt.
The Chief Executive of the Royal College of Midwives said that the axing of the maternity safety ring-fence pot would, she said, be a wrecking ball to the efforts being made to improve maternity safety. Just a single or a small group of babies spared lifelong disability will more than pay for the cost of this many times over. I know the Secretary of State cares about this deeply, so will he reconsider?
Mr Speaker, the funding is still there, but as many people have urged me, including the right honourable gentleman, we are taking the decision to give more freedom and more flexibility to independent care boards and systems and providers to determine how they can best spend NHS resources on services to improve patient care, safety and outcomes. I think everyone will know that maternity safety is understandably a priority for this government. And of course, we expect and will hold the NHS to account to deliver on maternity safety standards.
Liv Ben.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents in Thiel and across my constituency tell me time and time again how hard it is to get a GP appointment, causing distress and sometimes dangerous delays. Can the Secretary of State outline how his programme of reform and investment will end the 8 a.m. scramble for good and deliver more GP appointments for my constituents?
Minister.
I thank her. She will know that we've hired 1,500 more GPs. That's going to help with access. We've also renegotiated the contract so there will be online booking systems in every practice in the country, and we've changed the contract to incentivise continuity of care in order to bring back the family doctor. So there's a suite of reforms coupled with investment. I hope that that will deliver for her constituents.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the great frustrations for medical professionals and patients alike is those patients that have appointments but don't turn up. So what action is the Secretary of State going to take to make sure that actually people that miss appointments are penalised in the system, and so that patients can actually get the treatment they need when they need it?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're absolutely convinced that better use of digital tools will enable us to reduce significantly the number of missed appointments and also build in and factor in the likelihood of no-show so that we can reduce waste, eliminate inefficiency. I understand the case he's making for penalties. That's not a route we want to go down until we've made these improvements, and we'll judge how effective they've been then.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Far too many promises made by the last government that care would move out of hospitals and into the community have turned out to be hollow. I know from speaking to residents in Dartford that hospital and community services have struggled to keep pace with new housing developments in the constituency. In Dartford later this year, I'm pleased to say we're going to see an expansion of our state-of-the-art community diagnostic centre taking care closer to where people live in Dartford. Would the Minister agree with me that this is the start of Labour getting on with finally delivering this big shift? And will he visit Dartford with me to see the centre?
Order, Jim. Come on, I think he got the message in the first stage. If he didn't know it, I'm surprised. Come on, who's answering?
Mr Speaker, he is absolutely right, though, that this is exactly the sort of thing that we are seeing being rolled out across the country and committed to delivering care closer to where his residents live.
Blake Stevenson.
Residents in mid-Bedfordshire are concerned about the standards of maintenance at our 2 local hospitals. What action is the government taking to support our hospitals in Luton and Bedford catch up on maintenance backlogs?
Thanks to the investment the Chancellor committed to, we are investing in the sorry state of the NHS estate. I'm afraid that is an investment the honourable gentleman voted for, and his constituents will be fuming when they find out who was responsible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently I heard from Chelsea, a constituent of mine, who raised concerns over her grandmother Anna's care. After a delayed discharge, she was released with the wrong equipment, which sadly resulted in her falling out of bed and sustaining a further injury. Ensuring patients are discharged in a safe and timely manner is key to continuing the department's significant progress in cutting waiting lists for treatment. So, what steps is the Secretary of State taking to promote integrated working between services to support the discharge into the community and patients?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely sorry to hear of that particular case. It's really important that we do support better and facilitate better discharge. That's why we're reforming the Better Care Fund, looking to integrate better health and social care services through our 10-year plan, and I'd be delighted to hear further from him about what we can do to improve in his area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a constituent who has broken and rotting tooth, whose GP referred him to the local dental hospital, but he's been refused treatment as the dental hospital said the surgeon would only take a referral from a dentist, and something my constituent and many others in Somerset just don't have. So what does the Minister suggest he's to do to stop the pain?
Minister.
Well, I thank her for that question. She will know that we've now got a commitment to 700,000 more urgent dental appointments. For those who don't have an NHS dentist, they can call 111 and they will be prioritised. We are very clear, every ICB has a target on the 700,000, and if they're not hitting that target, we will want to know why.
Olivia Blake.
It is disappointing to hear from many of my constituents about difficulties accessing diagnosis, medication and other therapeutic inputs and the impact on their lives and livelihoods as a result. Whether it's children or adults, waits of 2, 5, 7 years are becoming the norm. What steps are the government taking to make sure that individuals can use their, and exercise their right to choose?
Minister.
I thank her, and I'd like to pay tribute to her for improving support for ADHD and recognising the valuable perspective that she brings through her own lived experience. This government inherited a broken NHS with too many people facing long waits for assessments. NHS England's ADHD task force is looking at how support for people with ADHD can be improved. I look forward to reading their report, and I had a very productive meeting with the director of that task force recently.
Given that the government was committed to 700,000 extra emergency dental appointments, but in the Midlands the UDA rate is just 83% and there's no additional funding for the ICBs, will the Minister give assurance to my Mid-Leicestershire constituents that they will fully deliver on this promise?
I will give him that assurance. We've been very clear that every ICB has a target. That was very transparently published, and we will be monitoring. I'm holding regular meetings with officials to check that every single ICB is on track to hit those targets, and if they're not on track to hit those targets, we will want to know why.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, I met with the Cockermouth and Maryport Primary Care Network, who told me about the increasing challenge of supporting my constituents with their mental health. Has the Secretary of State considered relaxation of ours funding rules to allow mental health nurses to be employed wholly by a PCN and not need to be under the employment of the local mental health trust? This flexibility could help GP practices to intervene earlier and reduce referrals to secondary care quickly.
I thank him for that question. We have in fact relaxed the rules on ours so that a mental health worker can be employed in the PCN. He's absolutely right that that's an important part of stepping from hospital to community, but of course there's more that we can do on that, and we continue to do whatever we can to ensure that mental health and GP surgeries are actively integrating.
Robin Swan.
Getting it right first time is a clinician-led programme which leads on improvement and transformation. Can the Secretary of State give reassurance that on any restructuring of NHS England, that getting it right first time, that programme will not just be continued, but it will be expanded and still available to the devolved administrations?
Minister.
I'm absolutely willing to give him that commitment. I know that's something that he has worked on in his previous role in Northern Ireland. It is a programme that's delivering results. We want to see results. We want to take the best to the rest of the NHS and absolutely work together across the United Kingdom to make sure that all our residents across the United Kingdom benefit from the programme.
Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Lung cancer causes more deaths in Scotland than anywhere else in the UK. In England, though, early detection programmes are underway. By 2028, every patient is likely to gain access to screening. In Scotland, though, doctors tell me this programme is a distant dream. Does my right honourable friend agree that SNP is failing Scottish patients, failing Scottish healthcare professionals, and this UK Labour government is getting on with the task of fighting this deadly cancer?
Minister.
I would agree with my honourable friend. We are making great strides in terms of developing our cancer plans. We will be launching a national cancer plan later this year, and the targeted lung cancer screening programme has been particularly effective. The SNP have had a record settlement for Holyrood, and we expect them to deliver. And if they can't, then I'm quite sure that Anna Sawar and Jackie Bailey would be willing to take over.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday's report from the Health and Social Care Committee is explicit that we cannot build an NHS fit for the future without effectively reforming social care. Back in January, the Secretary of State promised cross-party talks as well as Baroness Casey's commission. He cannot outsource political leadership to Baroness Casey. Political will is the sticking point with reform of social care. Will he show that leadership? Bring the parties together to find the solutions to unblock this crisis.
Mr Speaker, since we came into government, we've already taken action on social care. The investment that we put in, the biggest expansion of carers allowance, the home adaptations through the Disabled Facilities Grant. Now the Commission is up and running. There will be cross-party engagement, but it is an independent Commission and for Baroness Casey to decide how to engage.
Last week, this Labour government announced the freezing of prescription charges, putting pounds back in the pockets of people in Derby. I visited pharmacies like the Little Over Pharmacy, which provides essential care and support for their communities. But the Conservatives underfunded pharmacies, and across England, over 750 closed between 2021 and 2024. What is the Minister doing to support community pharmacies so we don't lose these vital local services?
I thank her for that question. After years of neglect, this government has agreed with the sector a record uplift to £3.1 billion for 25-26 for this vitally important front door to our NHS. We're also supporting pharmacies to operate more efficiently, including enabling hub and spoke dispensing between all pharmacies later this year, and the legislation for that has been laid, I'm pleased to say. So what a contrast with the previous 14 years. Also very pleased to see that the NPA has withdrawn its view on taking collective action. So we're moving in the right direction, but still a lot more to do.
Alan Miller.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Welcome today's announcement of the new money for GP surgeries, but in my constituency of Bicester and Woodstock, GPs tell me that they cannot get capital out of the ICB and that the Valuation Office consistently undervalues the cost of rents, making future GP building impossible. Will the Minister agree to meet with me and GPs from my constituency to understand this problem better?
Mr Speaker, thanks to the investment that we've announced, there will be the upgrade to those practices. I advise him to engage with his ICB. We're happy to receive representations if we can help. I would gently point out the investment is only possible thanks to the decisions made by the Chancellor, which he opposed.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ladies Walk NHS Health Centre in Sedgley is a vital hub for my constituents, providing essential services such as phlebotomy and diabetic foot care. However, due to the inaction of the Conservative Council, this much-needed community asset faces closure in 2026, leaving residents without access to critical care. Will my right honourable friend agree with me to discuss urgent steps to safeguard the future of the Ladies Walk Centre and ensure that Sedgley residents continue to receive the NHS services they rely on?
Well, I thank her for that question, and of course pay tribute to the fact that she is in fact a qualified physiotherapist, so she's absolutely right to be talking about the importance of community care. I would be happy to meet with her to discuss the important issue that she raises.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, what steps will be taken to support more community pharmacies that can offer a broad range of services to those in rural areas, to ensure that those most isolated from busy towns still have access to these very important services? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And as I mentioned, we've got a record uplift to £3.1 billion. That's a 19% uplift of all the sectors across the NHS. It was actually pharmacy that got the best uplift from the 25-26 settlement. I'm very pleased to confirm. We've also maintained the Pharmacy Access Scheme that provides £19 million to support pharmacies in areas where there are fewer pharmacies, including in rural areas, as the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned.
Come tricky.
Well, on pharmacies, they play a key role in communities in rural areas like mine. But when the supply chain breaks down and the pharmacy isn't able to deliver the medicine, clearly it's deeply frustrating. Can the Minister tell us where we are now with the supply chain, and will he thank all of those heroic workers up and down the country doing their very best to deliver these medicines? And finally, will he thank particularly the 400 workers working for Superdrug in my constituency to try to make the supply chain work?
Minister. I'm pleased to congratulate and support the hard work of both the pharmacies at the front line and all the people that are involved in department and elsewhere to make sure our supply chain is as resilient as possible. I know this is an issue that concerns many members of Parliament and many of our constituents. We are looking to do some sort of event in Parliament, Mr Speaker, to bring the information more closely to all members, but they do a great deal of work. We know it's an important issue, and I will update the House on other measures we're looking to take forward to make sure that them and their constituents are better informed.
Final question, Vicky Slade.
Last month I began receiving concerning emails from the employees of the NHS Trust in my constituency of Mid Dorset North Pool that their trust were looking to create a subsidiary company to move staff across into, and they're really worried about their rights for the future. And I know how important it is to you that people have good employment rights. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure fair consultation with staff before creating these subsidiaries and prevent the creation of two-tier employment practices in the NHS where they don't have continuity of service?
Mr Speaker, while I understand the desirability of NHS trusts for such arrangements, this government is absolutely clear that staff must be in receipt of good NHS terms and conditions, must feel part of the NHS workforce, part of the NHS family, and I'd be happy to receive further representations from her.
Right, that completes questions. From bench, change over. We now come to the statement. Minister of State Dan Jarvis.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will make a statement on the series of national security-related arrests that took place on Saturday, the 3rd of May. Protecting our national security is the first duty of government, and it is a testament to our world-leading law enforcement and intelligence services that through their tireless commitment, so many plots against the UK have been thwarted. And I want to pay tribute to them again today for the work that they have done, not just this weekend, but in recent weeks and months on these important operations. The two operations that took place across multiple locations this weekend were significant and complex. They were some of the largest counter-state threats and counter-terrorism actions that we have seen in recent times. And I'm sure the whole House will want to join with me in thanking the police, the security services and other partner agencies across the country who showed their professionalism and expertise in carrying out these operations to keep our country safe. Now, honourable and right honourable members will understand that these are complex investigations. The police and the security services need the time and space to be able to pursue those investigations, and our first priority must be to protect the integrity of that work so we do not cut across those investigations and operations at a crucial time. However, these are serious matters and the House will rightly want to remain informed. I will therefore outline as much detail as I am able, and I hope that honourable and right honourable members will understand that there is a strict limit to what I can say at this stage, given investigations are now ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to outline the facts around the events on Saturday, the 3rd of May. Throughout that day, counter-terrorism police undertook a series of arrests relating to 2 separate investigations. In total, 8 men were arrested by the Metropolitan Police's Counter-Terrorism Command. 5 men were arrested on suspicion of preparation of a terrorist act contrary to Section 5 of the Terrorism Act of 2006 as part of a proactive investigation in the areas of West London, Swindon, Rochdale, Stockport and Manchester. All 5 men are Iranian nationals. Whilst 4 of the individuals remain in police custody, the 5th individual has now been bailed with strict conditions. As part of the investigation, police officers carried out searches at a number of addresses in the Greater Manchester, London and Swindon areas. Investigations continue with searches and activity still underway at multiple addresses across the country. The investigation relates to a suspected plot to target specific premises. Police officers have been in contact with the affected site to make them aware and provide relevant security advice and support. However, the police have also been clear that for reasons of operational security and public safety, they are not, and I am not, able to provide further information on the target at this time. And I would urge members not to speculate on the site. In a separate police investigation, 2 men were arrested at 2 different addresses in northwest London, and 1 man was arrested at an address in West London. All 3 were arrested under the National Security Act of 2023. These 3 men are also Iranian nationals and remain in police custody. I can confirm to the House that these are the first Iranian nationals arrested under the National Security Act. The operations to execute these 8 arrests under both counter-terror and counter-state threat powers in different parts of the country in the space of 24 hours were intensive. They involved a range of different organisations, including different police forces, counter-terror police, the National Crime Agency, and our security and intelligence services. These operations were coordinated through the world-leading Counter-Terrorism Operations Centre, or CTOC, which brings together and coordinates the UK's agencies alongside the agencies of our Five Eyes partners to detect and tackle national security threats. I welcome the work of the previous government to establish CTOC in 2021, which this government has continued to support and invest in since taking office. The significant point about both counter-terrorism and counter-state threats powers is that they allow the police to intervene early to prevent and disrupt threats, not just respond after events have taken place. This is crucial for public safety, but it also makes the investigations more complex, and that is why the police need the time and space to pursue them now. So we will not be providing a running commentary on the work that they are doing. But what now follows is an incredibly complex set of investigations involving hundreds more officers carrying out forensic searches, collecting vital evidence across different sites across the country, and securing witness statements backed up by the continued efforts of our security and intelligence agencies. This is careful, painstaking work. Mr. Speaker, at this stage in the operations and investigations, it would not be appropriate for me to speculate on or comment further on the details of these 2 cases and the motivations behind any of the threats that were posed. But the House will be aware that these operations come against a backdrop of complex, interconnected threats to the UK, where state threats and counter-terrorism, as well as serious and organised crime, are intertwined together. For 20 years, the greatest focus of our national security work was on terrorism, primarily from Islamist terrorism, with additional threats from Northern Ireland-related terrorism and other areas, and those threats have not gone away. 15 terrorist attacks have taken place since 2017, and there have been 43 late-stage disruptions of terrorism plots. But alongside that, we have seen a serious, growing and complex challenge from state threats. Last year, Sir Ken McCallum, the Director General of MI5, said that MI5 state threat investigations had increased by 48% in the previous 12 months. He added that since January 2022, the police and MI5 had responded to 20 Iran-backed plots presenting potentially lethal threats. In March, I told Parliament that the UK is facing a growing and evolving threat from malign activity carried out by a number of states. My statement in March outlined the government's response to the unacceptable threat that we face from the Iranian state and the steps we are taking to ensure that our intelligence and law enforcement agencies have the tools they need to disrupt and degrade Iran's malign activity on UK soil, and we have delivered on the commitments made. I announced that the whole of the Iranian state, including the IRGC and MOIS, would be placed on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, and I laid the regulations to make this happen in the House on the 1st of April and committed to bring the scheme into force on the 1st of July. I trust that all members will vote in favour when those regulations are debated shortly. Let me be clear. Anyone in the UK who works for the Iranian state must declare it, or they will be committing a serious criminal offence. We will also go after the criminal networks and enablers that Iran used to carry out its work, and the government sanctioned the Foxtrot network last month, a network involved in violence against Jewish and Israeli targets in Europe on behalf of the Iranian regime. Training and guidance on state threats activity is now being offered by counter-terrorism policing to all 45 territorial polices across the UK, and the independent reviewer of terrorism and state threats legislation, Jonathan Hall KC, was asked by the Home Secretary to review the parts of our counter-terrorism framework which could be applied to modern-day state threats such as those from Iran. The Home Secretary specifically asked the reviewer to look at a state threats prescription tool so we are not held back in limitations in applying counter-terrorism legislation to state threats. Jonathan Hall has now completed his review and will publish it shortly, and the government will not hesitate to take action in response to Mr. Hall's advice. As we continue to support the police and the security services in their investigations, I can also tell the House that the Home Secretary has instigated a series of security assessments which are being done or being refreshed in the light of the cases this weekend and the further information surrounding them. This will ensure that the government can respond robustly and comprehensively to any wider national security issues raised by these cases. Mr. Speaker, working alongside our international allies in countering state threats is central to our success. The Foreign Office are engaging with our closest allies to outline the disruptive action that has taken place and will be considering potential future response options as the investigation progresses. The Home Secretary remains in close contact with my Right Honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, who I know is committed to doing everything that is necessary to protect the country from these threats and to bring to bear all the diplomatic tools at our disposal. Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary and Ministers will provide an update on the national security position when we are able to do so, both following these operations and investigations and the wider security assessments that are underway. The government will not hesitate to act in a robust manner to respond to these plots at the appropriate time, but first we must allow the investigations to continue. Our police, security and intelligence agencies are the best in the world and stand ready at all times to take action to keep our country safe. I am sure that they will have the support of the whole House as they continue this vital work. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for providing advance sight of the statement on this critical issue. People will have read the deeply concerning report suggesting that an attack may have been just hours away. This will understandably be worrying to people across the country. This statement reminds us of the tragic incidents that have plagued our country in the past. This month marks 12 years since the death of Lee Rigby on our streets. It also marks 8 years since the horrific Manchester Arena bombing. And later this year will mark the 20th anniversary of the 7/7 attacks, which brought a level of destruction to London that many of us never thought we would see in our lifetimes. These acts of terror, along with other cowardly acts, cause untold hurt to victims and their families. As we discuss the arrests over the past weekend, we must remember the importance of keeping the British public safe from those who seek to terrorise us. I therefore pay tribute to the hard-working members of the police and the intelligence services for their bravery in disrupting terrorist activities. In October, the head of MI5 said that together the police and MI5 had disrupted 43 late-stage attack plots since the Manchester bombing. We must remember that each of these cases is not merely a statistic, but represents someone's life and someone's future. I commend the Minister for recognising the work of the previous government and for acknowledging the measures that were used effectively in this incident. In turn, I know that we'll support measures that enact the National Security Act and give the government the powers needed to act against malign influences on our country. Turning to the incident at hand, I'd be grateful if the Minister could clarify certain points. While I'm thankful for today's statement, I hope the government will, moving forwards, be as transparent as possible about the details to avoid the vacuum of information we've previously discussed in this place. Even though I appreciate that the government does not want to provide a running commentary, I, and I'm sure many other members, would be grateful if it could be as open as possible, given the seriousness of the arrests. As the Minister has outlined, there were 2 separate arrests of Iranian nationals in relation to terror offences. These raise serious questions about how their networks were formed and what their intentions were. Can the Minister provide any further information about the suspects? For example, while we know they were Iranian nationals, what is their immigration status? Was the state aware that these individuals were in the UK? And was there any prior indication of the risk they might pose? In addition, on the broader issue of Iran, while I understand the Minister may not be able to comment on proscription directly, the Home Secretary did address this while in opposition. In July 2023, she told the Royal United Services Institute, instead of trying and failing to use counter-terror legislation to prescribe organisations like Wagner and IRGC, we'll introduce a bespoke prescribing mechanism to address state-sponsored threats. The Home Secretary also said at the dispatch box in April 24 that it wanted appropriately targeted prescription-style restrictions on the operations of state-linked organisations such as IRGC. However, it was only in March this year that the Security Minister announced the review by Jonathan Hall. Does the Minister share my concerns that these mixed signals and the delay suggest a lack of prioritisation from the government? Ultimately, we must all work together to ensure that the UK adopts the strongest possible stance on national security. Cross-party cooperation is essential. I therefore urge the government to take every possible step to prevent these cowardly acts of terror.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Shadow Minister for, I think, the very sensible, reasonable and constructive tone of his response. And can I also say to him, he's absolutely right to draw the House's attention to the tragic death of Lee Rigby, the tragic bombing in Manchester, and, of course, the 20th anniversary of the 7/7 bombings that we will be commemorating in a couple of months' time. Let me again join with him in paying tribute to all of those who work tirelessly to keep our country safe. It is one of the greatest privileges of this particular role that we have the opportunity to serve in government, as members opposite will have done also, and work very closely alongside those incredibly committed members of the police and the intelligence services, and I think we owe them a debt of gratitude. I'm also grateful for the opportunity, because he raised it again, to offer our thanks for the work that was done by the previous government, both in terms of the introduction of the National Security Act, which has proved to be an incredibly valuable tool, but also, and I referenced it in my earlier statement, the creation of CTOC, which is delivering very significant operational value. And I can absolutely give an assurance that this government will continue to invest in that institution, as the previous government did as well. I thought he made an important point about transparency, and I can absolutely give him the reassurances that he seeks. He will understand, and the House will understand, that we are just a couple of days on from these arrests taking place on Saturday. The Home Secretary will provide a further update as soon as we are operationally able to do so. And I give him a commitment that we will be as transparent as we possibly can, whilst, of course, ensuring that we do not cut across live counter-terrorism operations. He mentioned prescription, and I understand why he asks the question. I know that he will acknowledge, or at least I hope he will, that on the 4th of March I announced a very strong suite of measures designed to most effectively address the nature of the threat that we face from Iran. Contained within those measures announced on the 3rd of March was a request from the Home Secretary for Jonathan Hall, who I know is held in very high regard because of the experience, the credibility that he has in this area, to look very carefully at the legislative framework that might enable us to more effectively prescribe state-based entities. I can confirm that Mr Hall has completed his report. The Home Secretary and I are considering it very carefully. It will be published shortly, and I give him an assurance that we won't hesitate to act where there is a requirement to bring forward further measures.
Burger.
The Minister will be aware that a number of Iranian citizens in this country still have relatives in Iran, and it's not beyond the wit of the Iranian government to use that pressure on them. So in making the requirement to report to our government for citizens of Iran in this country, if they are in any way connected with the Iranian government, how has he taken measures to protect them from exposing their family to the pressure that the Iranian government may put on them?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think that the Honourable Member raises a very important point. I can give him the assurances that we seek. The government has been very carefully considering the matter of transnational repression, and we will have more to say about it in the near future. But I can give him an absolute assurance that we have been thinking carefully about these matters. We take them incredibly seriously, and the Home Secretary and I will have more to say in the near future.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement and for updating the House this afternoon. I also want to add my thanks to the security services and the police for all their work to keep us safe. Over recent years, this House has been called into the Chamber to discuss plots to commit acts of terror on Britain's streets at the hands of the Iranian regime. And yet, consecutive governments are yet to prescribe the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation. In opposition, the now Foreign Secretary said himself that the IRGC is behaving like a terrorist organisation and must now be prescribed as such. Earlier this year, I asked the Minister precisely this question. Does the Minister not agree that now is surely the time? In some of his earlier remarks, the Minister mentioned the review that's concluded, and if now isn't the time for prescription, when should the House expect a further update? Further, the Liberal Democrats have welcomed previous sanctions against those linked to the Iranian regime. However, I must urge the government to go a step further and look closely at whether these individuals and others with links to the regime have assets here in the UK. Will the Minister commit to carrying out an audit so that we know where those assets are, enabling the government to freeze them as appropriate? And the Minister is right to reference the long-standing pattern of targeting people of the Jewish faith and of Israeli nationality by the Iranian intelligence service. Could the Minister update the House on any conversations he has had with the UK Jewish community leadership, and specifically the CST, about threats here in the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Honourable Lady for, as is always the case, the very sensible and reasonable way in which she's phrased her questions. And let me say to her, I'm always available to discuss these matters in more detail should she wish to do so. She asked about prescription, and I hope that she will acknowledge the response I gave to the Shadow Minister just a few moments ago. We take these matters incredibly seriously. The Home Secretary and I looked at these matters very closely in opposition, and that's precisely why the Home Secretary commissioned Jonathan Hall, and he's the right person to look very carefully at our legislative framework and make recommendations about whether, frankly, we can toughen and strengthen the laws that we have in this particular area. Mr. Hall has now concluded his report. We are looking very closely at it. It will be published shortly, and as I said to the Shadow Minister, we will not hesitate to bring forward further measures as they are required. She made, I thought, an important and helpful point about sanctions and assets. I know that that is a question that will have been heard by Foreign Office Minister, with whom we work incredibly carefully. We work hard to ensure that our response is always as joined up across government as it possibly can be, and the Home Secretary works very closely with the Foreign Secretary, and I work very closely with the Minister on these matters, but we will consider whether there are further measures that need to be taken. Her final point was a very important one about the Jewish community, and I give her and the whole House an absolute commitment that we will work tirelessly to ensure the safety of the Jewish community in our country. The Home Secretary and I and other ministers are in very regular contact with members of that community, including the CST that she referenced, who do an excellent job. I will be meeting them in the very near future, but she can be absolutely reassured that we will work very closely with them to ensure that they not only get the protection that they need and deserve, but the assurances that they will rightly want as well.
Paul Wall.
I'd like to pay tribute to the bravery and the professionalism of the counter-terrorist specialist firearms officers who took part in the arrest of an Iranian national in Rochdale over the weekend. It was indeed a reminder of the constant threat that we face, but also of the intelligence and police services' daily work to keep us all safe. But does the Minister agree with me that in this week of the 80th anniversary of VE Day, it's a reminder too that Britain is at war with a modern enemy, the fascism of Islamist extremism and state-sponsored terrorism? The message should go out loud and clear that my town, our country and this House will never surrender to such terrorism or to its ideology.
Well, the Honourable Member, I think, makes a very powerful and important point, and he's, of course, absolutely right. This government will never drop its guard to the threats that we face, whether that is counter-terrorism, whether that is the specific threat around Islamist extremism, whether that is around the state threats that we undoubtedly face. This government takes these matters incredibly seriously, and we will work to ensure that all of our security services and the police forces have the resources and the tools that they need to address the threats that we face.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? No one in this House should be in any doubt about the threat that Iran poses to us and our national security. How confident is he that the designation in the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme will be effective? Is he looking to go further?
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for the work that she does as Chair of the Select Committee. I do believe that FERS is a very important measure falling out of the National Security Act. It is a measure that we inherited from the previous government. I think it is the right approach, and I think it will deliver significant operational benefit. But we also have to look at these matters in the round, so it doesn't sit on its own in isolation, and it has to be accompanied by a range of other measures, not least the measures that I announced on the 4th of March. But the government will remain flexible and agile, and if we think that there is a need for further action, then we will not hesitate to take it.
Alex Sill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My committee, the Joint Committee on Human Rights, is currently undertaking an inquiry on transnational repression. We have reams of evidence of Iran oppressing, of taking action against people of Iranian heritage here in the UK. I heard what the Minister said about prescription. I've asked for prescription of the RGC many times, who are certainly one of the bodies in Iran who are responsible for transnational repression. But could he just outline what will happen after the publication of John Hall's review and what the timetable will be, as we are keen to see swift action in this area?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me say to the honourable member that I'm looking forward, if that's the right way to describe it, to giving evidence to his committee in the near future. I can confirm, as I said to the honourable member previously, that this government has done a lot of work looking at the serious but complicated issue of transnational repression. The government will have more to say about this in the near future, and as I say, I look forward to providing more evidence to his committee, but I give him an assurance that we take these matters incredibly seriously. We have progressed at pace the work that we inherited from the previous government. These are not simple matters. These are matters that require a whole system approach. These are matters that we are working carefully across government through the Defending Democracy Task Force. But I give an assurance the Home Secretary and I will have more to say in the near future.
Far the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Do we know whether these men entered the country illegally or legally? Obviously, people who enter this country legally are subject to extraordinarily sophisticated surveillance at our airports and ports. Yeah. But people who enter illegally, there is no surveillance at all. It's completely madness that thousands are entering our country with no checks at all. Isn't this a good opportunity to seek a derogation from the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg and say, because of our national security, we should have the right to detain these people, arrest them and rapidly deport them?
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to him for the very long-standing experience that he brings to this House. So he will understand, for the reasons that I've already outlined, that there are very strict limitations on what ministers can say at this point, because it would be unforgivable, frankly, to cut across a live counter-terrorism investigation. The police have set out the Iranian nationality of those arrested, and at this particular moment they need the time to pursue various lines of inquiry and investigation. As I hope that he and other honourable members will understand, as a consequence of that, it would be wrong for ministers to provide a running commentary on individuals' details at this stage, because, as members would expect, a wide range of security assessments are underway. The Home Secretary will set out further details at an appropriate moment in due course.
John Pitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement and also join him in thanking the incredible work and dedication of our security services and our police. This is a sobering reminder of the threat posed by the Iranian regime here in the UK and reinforces the need to proscribe Iran's terror army, the IRGC, here in the UK. We continue to hear disturbing reports of charities in the UK being used as vehicles for funding and organisation of terrorism. Will the Minister set out what steps are being taken to stop this organisation, and will he meet with me to discuss these concerns further?
Well, I'm grateful to him for the work that he does in this particular area, and he's absolutely right to make the point, as he does, about the grave threat. I hope that he will have seen the suite of measures that the government brought forward on the 4th of March. These were new measures that will make a very significant difference and will give us additional resources and capabilities in order to address the threat. I can give him an assurance that we take these matters incredibly seriously. As I mentioned, that there are a series of security assessments that are currently underway. The Home Secretary will report back to the House in due course on those. But of course, I'd be very happy to meet him to discuss these matters further.
Can I thank the Minister for what he said about the work of the previous government and join him in commending the work of our security services and police in keeping us safe. Now, recent events are a reminder of the destabilising role that Iran plays. 20 Iran-backed plots foiled in the UK in just the past few years. This state sponsor of terrorism cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. So on that topic, could I urge the government to push our European allies to jointly trigger snapback sanctions this year as part of a comprehensive strategy to put maximum pressure on the Iranian regime?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his question and for the work that he did as Prime Minister. He knows better than most about the extraordinary capabilities that those men and women who serve in our intelligence and police forces have and the commitment that they make to our country. I think he made important points. He's completely right about the number of state-sponsored plots. That is totally unacceptable, and this government, as was the case with the previous government, are absolutely clear that we will do everything that we can to stand against them. He made an important point, I think, about the importance of working closely with our colleagues and partners in Europe and internationally. He's right. That is the approach that we will adopt, and I know that the colleagues in the Foreign Office are thinking very carefully about what more we can do in that area.
McKee. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and join him in paying tribute to the security services who keep us all safe. Now, as the Minister will know, the UK is under constant cyber attack from foreign states, including Iran. So can I ask the Minister to update the House on what work the Home Office is doing to protect the UK from ransomware attacks?
Well, I'm very grateful to him because he raises a very important point about cyber attacks, which we face along with countries right around the world. I hope that he will know that the Home Office has recently concluded a consultation on new measures specifically with regard to ransomware. These are world-leading measures that we believe will make a material difference to the nature of the threat that we face. Because essentially what we want to do is smash the business models of those cyber criminals, many of whom operate out of Russia, targeting UK businesses. These measures would be good for our national security, but also good for our economic prosperity. And I can give him an assurance that we are progressing them at pace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was alarmed to hear that one of these incidents took place in my constituency of Cheadle. It's chilling to think that a regime with such a shocking record of international aggression could have connections into our neighbourhoods. It just so happens I was meeting with the Jewish community in Cheadle this weekend to talk through the issues and concerns that they have. And at this meeting, I heard about how fearful they are of the threat of violence and terrorism from the Iranian regime. So therefore, can I ask the Minister to commit to providing a timeline and producing that report into the IRGC, and also commit into a timeline of when we are finally going to prescribe that organisation?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank him for the points that he makes? He's right about the chilling effect of these arrests, and it also underlines the nature of the threat not being specific to any one part of the country. He pressed me on the point that I'd made earlier with regard to prescription. Jonathan Hall, who, as I have said previously from the dispatch box, is someone of great credibility and authority, was asked by the Home Secretary to look carefully at our legislative framework in order to assess whether there are stronger powers that we need in order to be able to prescribe state-backed threats. Mr. Hall has worked at pace and has now submitted his report to the Home Secretary and I. The report itself will be published shortly, and as I've said previously, the government will respond in due course, and I know that the Home Secretary will update the House at the earliest available moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Security Minister will know that whenever there are reports of hostile acts by Iranian nationals in this country, the Jewish community in Britain have reason to be fearful. So can he update the House on the steps the government is taking to guarantee the safety of Jewish people throughout the UK?
Well, I'm grateful to him for the point that he has made, and I give him a categorical assurance that this government, as was I think, the case with the previous government, will work incredibly closely with the Jewish community to provide them the assurances that they rightly want and deserve. It's completely unacceptable that any sector of our community could be threatened, whether that's by terrorism or by a state-based threat. Home Secretary and I and other ministers are in regular contact with the CST and a range of other organisations from the Jewish community, and we will work tirelessly to ensure that not only are they safe, but that they feel safe.
Sir Julian.
In the fullness of time, it will undoubtedly be revealed what the targets of these terrorist plots were going to be. If it turns out that one of them again was the broadcaster Iran International that had to relocate to Washington temporarily in 2023, will the Minister undertake to speak with his Foreign Office colleagues about the importance of impressing on the Trump administration that these repressive regimes fear free broadcasting agencies, and that's why the Trump administration should not be closing down Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, or indeed Voice of America itself?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman, as he always does, makes a very sage point, and he's absolutely right. There is an incredibly important relationship that the UK has with the United States. That is a relationship that we invest significantly in, and we think that that is not only in our national interest, but the national interest of the United States and other Five Eyes partners. I can give him an assurance that the question that he has just raised will be heard by colleagues, and I see the Minister nodding in the Foreign Office, but I'm keen to work closely with him and draw upon his experience in this area, and I agree with the point and the thrust of the direction of the points that he's made.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming here with this statement today. And can I also put on my record, and I'm sure the thanks also of the people of Harlow to the police and security services for the work they do, keeping us all safe. In his statement, the Minister made reference to working with allies, and I wonder whether he agrees with me that the conversation he has with our allies, both in Europe and in America, are key to tackling this problem proactively and ensuring that lives are saved.
Well, firstly, can I thank him for the point he made about our police forces, who do a very difficult job, but I think do it incredibly well. And it was deeply impressive to see their work over the course of the weekend. I think he makes an important point about international cooperation. Home Secretary, myself, other ministers, and right across the government completely understand the importance of investing in these relationships with our international allies. These are matters that we are not going to solve unilaterally on our own. We need to cooperate, collaborate with a range of international partners, both in Europe, in North America and further afield. And I can give him an assurance that that will be the approach of this government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too pay tribute to the brilliance of our security forces. The Minister has paid tribute to the quality of advice from Jonathan Hall, KC, the independent reviewer of terrorism, and said that he will indeed listen to that advice. Well, that same Jonathan Hall, KC, last autumn advised that in serious incidences involving terror and these sorts of incidents, it would be better to put out more information sooner in order to prevent misinformation. And in order to prevent misinformation, surely the Minister should tell us and the British people who want to know, how long have these Iranian nationals been in this country and what is their immigration status?
Let me say to the Honourable Member that that's precisely why I made the point to the Shadow Minister about the importance of transparency. It's precisely why the government have proactively brought forward a statement to the House today in order to give members the opportunity to ask questions. And it's precisely why earlier on I gave a commitment that the Home Secretary will come and update the House when we are operationally able to do so. I know that the Honourable Member understands the importance of not cutting across a live police terrorism operation. I hope he will acknowledge that we take these matters incredibly seriously, that we brought forward a range of measures in March that goes a long way towards addressing the nature of the threat that we face. I hope he acknowledges the serious nature with which we always take these matters. But I say to him, I'm very happy to discuss these matters with him outside of this chamber, should he wish to do so.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also pay tribute to our security and intelligence services in foiling what appears to be a highly coordinated plot? And the involvement of Iranian nationals points to a potential state-backed threat. So can the Minister assure me and my constituents that our intelligence and legal frameworks are keeping pace with the growing sophistication of hostile activity on British soil?
Well, I'm grateful to him. I can give him the assurance that our intelligence and legal frameworks have the necessary resource in order to ensure that we are best prepared to face the nature of the threat that undoubtedly we do face. But I can also say to him, the Home Secretary, Prime Minister and ministers across government will not hesitate to act should there be a requirement to bring forward further measures. That is precisely why the Home Secretary asked Mr Hall to look at the legislative framework. That is precisely why we are carefully considering his recommendations. But absolutely, I give him an assurance that should there be a need to bring forward further powers, then we will not hesitate to do so.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear that the issues that we're seeing from Iran and its proxies are shared across many European countries as well. And the Minister raised the recent government sanctions on the Foxtrot network. However, the EU has just rejected the PM's bid to access the bloc's crime and migration database. Does the Minister see this as an issue and something that will stop us thwarting future threats against Iran and its proxies?
Let me respond to him in this way. As I've said previously, whilst there are certain measures that we could put in place in this country, and of course we will, it is imperative that we cooperate closely with our allies. And the nature of the relationship that we have with our allies in Europe is fundamentally important in this regard. I can give him an assurance that Foreign Office ministers, Foreign Secretary, the Minister, will be looking very closely at what's happened over previous days, talking to our allies and taking every opportunity to ensure that we organise collectively to ensure that those states who think that they can behave in an aggressive way towards this and other countries understand that there will be very severe consequences for their actions.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that part of the problem of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action that the US withdrew from in 2018 was that it wasn't comprehensive enough, in that it completely ignored the actions of Iran through proxy groups and terror cells? When he and his colleagues are discussing with the US administration the way forward, particularly in relation to the Witkoff talks, will he ensure that terrorism is covered as part of any agreement hatched?
Minister.
Thank you. So I think that's an important point the Right Honourable Gentleman has made. It is one that the Minister and I will consider further, but I can give him an assurance about our understanding and the priority that we attach to the international dynamic to all of this. He will understand, as a former minister, and he's been around a long time, that international relations requires us to work as collaboratively as we possibly can with our partners. We are investing heavily in ensuring that the special relationship that we have continues to deliver for our country and for other Five Eyes partners as well. The points that he has made are well made. We have heard them, we will consider them further, but I assure him we take these matters very seriously and we will work across government to address the issues that he raises.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join with the Minister in paying tribute to our security services in their endeavours to keep us all safe. Would the Minister agree with me that the issue of how these suspects get into the United Kingdom in the first place is a crucial issue, and one that has he addressed with the Irish Republic's government regarding people who don't come in here directly but come in under the radar via Dublin and then into Northern Ireland and into mainland GB?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that border security is national security. So the Honourable Member, I think, makes important points. That is precisely why I confirmed earlier on that as a consequence of recent events, the Home Secretary is looking very carefully, along with other Home Office ministers, at a number of areas. And at the earliest available opportunity, she will come back to this House and provide an update.
Whittingdale.
5 weeks ago, I visited Iran International at their location in London. They told me that their journalists face daily threats from Iran, as do those who work for the BBC Persian service. Given it's just 3 days after World Press Freedom Day, will the Minister reiterate this government's absolute determination to defend media freedom at home as well as abroad, and will he consider accepting the invitation to visit Iran International to reinforce that message?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman, who has been a very long-standing champion of both journalism and journalists, and I think he makes some very important points. I know that the Minister on the front bench from the Foreign Office has recently met with BBC Persia journalist colleagues, and between us we'll look very carefully at the invite that the Right Honourable Gentleman has extended. But let me be crystal clear that the threats that we have seen in recent time to Iran International are completely unacceptable. And this government, like the previous government, will do everything to ensure that free speech in this country is not materially affected by those out with the country who would wish to silence others. So we take these matters incredibly seriously. In response to a question earlier on, I said that the government will have more to say about transnational repression in due course, and that very much includes matters such as the ones that the Right Honourable Gentleman has raised.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to try again because I appreciate that the Security Minister has to be very careful about the specific aspects of this case, but I do think the House needs to know and the country needs to know whether the Iranian nationals in this case came into the UK illegally or under a legal migration route.
She's a very experienced member of this House, so I hope she can understand why, as the Security Minister, it would be wrong of me to cut across a live police terrorism investigation. Ministers should not be getting in front of or in the way of ongoing proceedings. And I hope that she will acknowledge the point I made earlier on about the complexity of the ongoing investigations. There are still properties around the country that are being searched by police officers. That is precisely why I've come here today to give a statement and update the House with the information that it is appropriate to update. But I've also given a very clear commitment that at the earliest available opportunity, the Home Secretary will come back to this place and give more details at a moment where it is operationally appropriate to do so.
Me. Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, hello there. The Minister says in his statement that these were some of the largest, quote, largest counter-state threats and counter-terrorism actions we have seen in recent times. But if that's the case, I just wondered why the Iranian ambassador has not been summoned to the Foreign Office, and he mentioned liaising with the Foreign Secretary earlier. And on the issue of immigration status, that is not a police or counter-terrorism operational matter. It is a visa issue. So were any of these Iranian nationals dual nationals? Were they here on work visa or student visas? And were those visas issued at post or somewhere else around the world through another embassy or consulate? Previously, we've had incidents in this country where there have been vacuums of information and when the government have not been prepared to fill that vacuum with truth and facts. Others who want to stir up trouble in our nation have filled it instead.
I'm always grateful to him for the experience that he brings to these very important matters, and he's certainly right. This was a very significant operation that required a considerable amount of coordination across the weekend, and as I've explained, it is ongoing. It's very important that I don't in any way prejudice those inquiries, but I understand why he's made the point in the way that he has. I can say to him that there's been very close contact between the Home Secretary and the Foreign Secretary about these matters, And I can also say to him that the Minister from the Foreign Office, currently sat on the front bench, will be meeting with the Iranian ambassador to discuss these matters.
Jim Allister.
If, as the Prime Minister says, border security is national security, how can there be national security if there are no border checks on illegal immigrants at the international frontier between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland? How then do we get security if we fail and refuse to carry out those fundamental checks?
Well, that's precisely why I referenced the Prime Minister's comments about the importance of border security and border security being national security, and precisely why I said that the Home Secretary and the Immigration Minister are looking very carefully at what happened over the weekend, but at other incidences as well. We won't hesitate to act where there is a requirement to do so, and as I've said, the Home Secretary will update the House on these matters further.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming here with this statement today. I don't want to probe the out-of-bounds box that the Minister's quite rightly placed around the live investigation, but I therefore have chosen the words of this question very carefully. Does he know the immigration status of the Iranian nationals who were arrested?
I am grateful to him, and I pay tribute to his service in our armed forces before coming to this House. I hope, in part because of that background, he will understand that the one thing that I am not going to do is make things more difficult for those who serve in and out of uniform doing a very difficult job. I can say to him that the Home Secretary and I know what we need to know, but we are not going to get into a running commentary. But I've made a very clear commitment that the Home Secretary will come back at the earliest available opportunity and respond to the questions that honourable members wish to put to her. But what we are not going to do is cut across a live police operation. Honourable members opposite and around the House would never rightly forgive us for doing so. We're not going to do it, but we are committed to providing as much information as we possibly can at a point where it does not compromise ongoing operations.
Final question from this statement, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his wise words, his strong words, his confident words, the words that I think every one of us in this House wishes to have in relation to the investigation. I have, in all my time in this chamber, some 14, coming 15 years, been a supporter of the Iranian diaspora, those who live in the United Kingdom and who fled Iran because of the threats that were made upon them in their lives. Some of them got out by the skin of their teeth. They have genuine fears, they have concerns about what happens, and those concerns have been expressed by some of those who've been Iranian diaspora who've been under some attack in France and Paris as one example, but also in Sweden. During the last election, that Iranian diaspora very kindly offered support to me and my election campaign, and I took advantage of that, as others did as well. What concerns me is those in Northern Ireland who are members of that Iranian diaspora feel threatened as well, just as the ones here do in the mainland. When it comes to offering the support and the protection that they need, that will involve the partnership with the Garda Síochána in the Republic of Ireland to ensure that the threat will not come from just within Northern Ireland, could potentially come from the Republic of Ireland. So can the Minister give me and my constituents and those who are committed to a change of the regime in Iran, but who cannot return because the regime is so decadent and so violent and so evil?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm very grateful to him, as I always am. He's got a very long-standing track record of standing up for those who've been persecuted based on their ethnicity or their religion. And I think he raises a very important point about the Iranian diaspora in this country. That is precisely why this government has progressed an important piece of work on transnational repression. We will work very closely through the Defending Democracy Task Force to ensure that all of the necessary protections are in place for those individuals or communities who feel threatened. My advice to anybody who does feel that they are threatened is that they do need to report that to the police. But it's precisely why I've also recently written to all chief constables right around the country to ensure that the training that is available for frontline officers is being taken up by police forces right around the country, because it's very important that officers on the beat have the necessary understanding about the nature of the threat that many different diaspora communities might face. So I'm grateful to him for championing not only his constituency but the Iranian diaspora, and I give him the same commitment that I've made to other right honourable and honourable members, that this government will work tirelessly to ensure that they are protected.
That concludes the statement, and I'll give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Order. Before I call the Minister to make his statement, can I say how disappointing it was to see details of the India trade deal released to the media a few hours ago before the Minister came to this House. Minister Douglas Alexander.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement on the progress this government has made towards a UK-India trade deal. I am delighted to inform the House that we have now concluded negotiations on a comprehensive, modern agreement with the fastest growing economy in the G20. Honourable members will no doubt be aware that India is expected to be the third largest economy in the world by 2028. By the end of this decade, it will be home to an estimated 60 million middle-class consumers. And with trade between the United Kingdom and India already standing north of £43 billion, we know this powerhouse economy is and will remain a hugely important market for British businesses. While past governments have failed to negotiate a deal with India, this government has today succeeded. And we have brokered the most generous trade deal ever agreed by India in its history. From day one of this deal coming into force, it will make trade between our countries cheaper, easier and quicker. UK exports will benefit from much lower tariffs across a whole host of different sectors, including those we are prioritising in our industrial strategy. It means simplified customs processes for businesses in advanced manufacturing, in aerospace, in food and beverages, and in our creative sectors too, which will benefit from improved copyright protection. And for our world-leading financial and professional services companies, this deal locks in access to India's fast-growing market. It will ensure that UK banks and finance companies are placed on an equal footing with Indian suppliers. It also encourages the recognition of professional qualifications so that UK and Indian firms can access the right talent at the right time, whether they are in Mumbai or indeed in Manchester. This deal will unlock new opportunities for businesses in every part of the United Kingdom. Our advanced manufacturing companies in the North East, our iconic Scottish whisky brands, and our car plants in the West Midlands. In all, we will have secured over £400 million in tariff reductions in the first year alone, doubling to around £900 million after just 10 years. Crucially, the deal we've negotiated will also provide bespoke support for SMEs to enter the Indian market alongside a firm commitment from India to address the trade barriers that these businesses face. Since taking office, we committed to hardwiring the views and interests of small businesses into everything we do, and the deal we have negotiated is evidence of that. For the very first time, British businesses will have guaranteed access to India's vast procurement market, covering goods, services and construction. They will be able to bid for approximately 40,000 tenders worth at least £38 billion a year. The deal that we have just got over the line, Madam Deputy Speaker, is further proof that this government is using the power of international trade and investment to raise living standards here at home. Indeed, experts predict that it will boost our bilateral trade by some £25.5 billion. It is also projected to increase UK wages by £2.2 billion each year, while adding nearly £5 billion to our GDP over the long run. And we have done all of this while defending stoutly the UK's national interest. We've brokered a deal that protects our NHS and upholds our high food standards. It ensures that our points-based immigration system remains unaffected. This deal demonstrates our commitment to both workers and businesses, staying true to our values, to labour values, while contributing to our primary mission of economic growth. Now, I recognise, of course, that this House will need time to scrutinise this deal before the ratification process. My department will follow the process set out in the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act 2010 in sharing the finalised treaty text with honourable members. The House will, of course, have the opportunity to scrutinise any legislation associated with its implementation. Madam Deputy Speaker, this deal defends and sends a powerful message about the UK and India's shared commitment to free, fair and open trade. The UK-India relationship has, of course, deep, enduring roots, exemplified by the living bridge of 1.9 million people of Indian heritage living in the United Kingdom. And while I don't personally lament that the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and Northallerton is no longer the UK's Prime Minister, it would be wholly wrong for me today not to acknowledge his significant achievement as the first British Indian Prime Minister, a testament not just to his own abilities, but a testament to the close bonds that unite our two nations. For this government's part, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are proud to back open markets and free trade. We recognise that Britain has always been an open, outward-looking trading nation, and we believe open markets and free trade are a fundamental building block with which the UK can secure its opportunities and its prosperity at home and abroad. And through our upcoming trade strategy, we'll be setting out our ambitions to engage with more industrial giants like India to ramp up trade and investment over the coming months and years. Today, though, as close trading partners and as friends, I am proud that we have secured this deal with India, a deal that affords UK businesses certainty and stability during a time, frankly, of global uncertainty and instability, a deal that will give British businesses access to one of our biggest markets abroad, while raising wages and driving growth here at home. That is what this deal delivers, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I commend this statement to the House.
I call Shadow Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. This deal is indeed a landmark moment for the UK in terms of its global trading relationships, and it is the largest trade deal secured by this country. And I was therefore shocked that the Minister didn't acknowledge that progression of this deal was only possible thanks to our Brexit freedoms. After all, the EU doesn't have a free trade agreement with India, something the Minister must bear in mind as he follows the orders from the Prime Minister on the EU reset. Madam Deputy Speaker, to be clear, we haven't seen the minutiae of the detail in the agreement the government is announcing today. And so to that end, we'll reserve our full judgment on the deal until we've had the opportunity to scrutinise it at length. However, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some questions. First of all, what concessions did the government make that its predecessor was not willing to make to get the deal over the line? Secondly, I was also shocked, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there's a very significant piece of information left out of the Minister's statement today, which we only found out from the statement from the Indian government. Why did Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi make a point of announcing an agreement of a double contribution convention between India and the UK, and yet the Minister today has made not even a passing reference to it in his statement or in his press release? A double contribution convention will come at a significant cost to the British taxpayer and to British businesses. It means workers who have entered into the UK under this convention are eligible to only pay national insurance contributions in their home country, in this case, India. Now, we only know again from the press release, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this exemption from national insurance contributions for Indian workers will be for 3 years. Does that mean that Indian workers currently in Britain will get a refund from HMRC? Or does it mean that new Indian workers will not pay any contributions in the first place? Did the Exchequer effectively give away a massive subsidy to get this trade deal over the line? Will it really be 20% cheaper for businesses in the UK to hire Indian workers than British workers? Will this convention only apply to seconded employees of Indian companies, or will it apply more broadly to all Indian workers in the UK, and if so, from when? How many additional work visas will be made under this agreement to Indian workers? And would this convention really mean that an Indian-owned restaurant chain in the UK could pay their chef, for example, no national insurance here, while the British pub next door pays full national insurance for their curry chef? Will this deal reduce the incentive for the Indian millionaires, who are currently a subset of the many millionaires, Madam Deputy Speaker, who are fleeing the UK for tax reasons? Will it reduce the incentive for Indian millionaires to do that? So can the Minister outline what the cost is of this agreement on the Treasury? How many British nationals does the government anticipate making use of these reciprocal rights in India? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear we have gone from two-tier care to two-tier taxes care for British workers. This government is literally putting up taxes for British workers but cutting them for Indian workers. I'm also aware that India has expressed concerns about the UK becoming a rule taker to the EU. So could the Minister confirm what commitments and assurances he made during the negotiations on that matter? And while we on these benches will never talk down the benefits of free trade, agreements such as this have to be on fair terms for both parties. As it stands, this deal looks like it's subsidising Indian labour while undercutting British workers. Can the government back our domestic market by scrapping its job tax? Now, I look forward to hearing from the Minister in answer to these questions, with a reply that actually answers them. And if he chooses, just as he sometimes does, to bat away genuine questions from the dispatch box, could he follow up in writing? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the honourable member for her recognition of this as a landmark deal. Although I have to say it wasn't her most generous welcome of a deal that it's right to recognise the previous government worked for many months to try and secure, albeit they didn't manage to close the most difficult remaining issues. I seem to remember that it was actually a former leader of the Conservative Party, the former member for Whitney, who promised that the Conservative Party would stop banging on about Europe. Alas, that doesn't seem to have been advice that's been taken in relation to the approach to today's landmark agreement with India. She inquired how we got the deal done in relation to what our predecessors failed to do. Respectfully, I would say it was by a process of patient, pragmatic and painstaking work. It was a very different approach than the kind of Instagram diplomacy that all too often characterised the approach of past trade secretaries and trade ministers. That allowed us, with the political leadership shown by the Secretary of State, for example, to close significant chapters on goods and on services. That allowed us to be able to then reach a considered judgment that meant, with stability of political leadership, with clarity of ministerial direction, we were able, frankly, to secure concessions from the Indians and to be able to conclude the agreement in a way that eluded our predecessors. She asked specifically about the Double Contribution Convention. That is, I can assure her, a reciprocal agreement which will benefit UK workers and their employers as the opportunity within India expands. India is going to be one of the world's largest middle classes in the coming decades. The agreement will only cover, I can assure her, a very specific and limited group of Indian business people for a period of 3 years. There are other arrangements in place by the Indians that extend longer than that, it's worth recognising, and the workers will be required to pay their immigration health surcharge to the National Health Service. This therefore does not affect NHS funding. The DCC that we have agreed is reciprocal and will benefit UK workers in India as well, as I've said. India is the home to the fastest growth rate in the G20, so the opportunity here for the United Kingdom is only likely to grow over time. The agreement was of course made in the context of the wider deal, which will bring billions into the UK economy. And I can also assure the Honourable Lady that the United Kingdom already has social security agreements in place with a range of countries and trading blocs, including the European Union and the United States. On the broader issue of immigration that she raises, I can assure her that the deal does not affect the points-based system. The points-based system isn't affected by the agreement that we struck today. The deal only covers business mobility, which is different to immigration as it is about travel for specific and temporary business purposes. And as a result, UK businesses will benefit from additional business mobility routes, supporting them as they expand into India. Student visas, for example, remained off the table. So I hope that gives some clarity to the Honourable Lady. I'm grateful to her for her recognition that the deal is a landmark deal. It's right to recognise that the party opposite sought to secure this deal, and I hope that in the course of the conversations that we will have across this dispatch box today, we'll be able to recognise that this represents a very significant win for the United Kingdom in frankly very challenging times for trade.
Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The conclusion of the negotiations show that this is a free trade agreement is a major win for Scotland's economy and for Livingston constituency, in particular, given we bottle Glenmorangie whisky and bake Patterson shortbread. We also have a strong and growing digital services sector, particularly SMEs. Can the Minister say a bit more about how this deal will help those businesses too?
Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend and fellow Scottish Member of Parliament. One of the commitments that we made when we were both elected, in my case re-elected to the House back in July, was that we would seek to ensure that there was a Labour government delivering for Scotland. And if you look at the cut that we have secured in terms of whisky tariffs for the huge and significant market in India, it seems to me that's a very clear and tangible example of the difference that we're making. But the honourable gentleman doesn't need to take my word for it. These are the words of Mark Kent, the Chief Executive of the Scotch Whisky Association. The UK-India Free Trade Agreement is a once-in-a-generation deal and a landmark moment for Scotch whisky exports to the world's largest whisky market. It shows that the UK Government is making significant progress towards achieving its growth mission, and the Scotch whisky industry looks forward to working with the UK and Indian governments in the months ahead to implement the deal.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. At a time when Donald Trump is fueling global instability through protectionism, international cooperation is more important than ever. A UK-India trade deal is a positive step, and we look forward to seeing the detail of the deal. Parliament must be able to scrutinise the details carefully, especially the changes to the national insurance contributions that are being proposed. When Labour were in opposition, they agreed with the Liberal Democrats that there should be a vote on trade deals. Both the Right Honourable Gentleman for Kingston and Surbiton and I have made the Lib Dem position very clear. There should be proper scrutiny and a vote on a trade deal. The government's own export minister said that the current ratification process, as it is not fit for purpose. And they're right. Does the minister agree that denying a vote is a contradiction of Labour Party policy, but also sets a dangerous precedent, especially ahead of any future US deal? And can the minister explain the government's massive U-turn since entering government? And finally, will the government push for a new UK-EU customs union, the fastest way to boost our economy, at this month's political summit?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me try and address the various points that the honourable gentleman made. In relation to our attempt to reset our trading relationship with Europe, the red lines that were set out in our manifesto are very clear, but within those red lines we are endeavouring to broaden and deepen an important trading relationship that represents about 46% of the UK's trade. In relation to his broader observation that this is, if you like, a pretty bright shining light, the UK-India agreement that we've reached today, in a somewhat dark sky for international trade. I would agree with them. It is hopefully a sign of further deals to come and a commitment to taking forward the kind of deals that are mutually beneficial, in this case for the Indians and also for the United Kingdom. More broadly, in terms of how this deal will be scrutinised, he's right to recognise that today the Prime Minister's phone call with Prime Minister Modi was just the start of the process. A press release has been published along with the top benefits, but we will be publishing a paper, we hope, today, setting out in more detail what's been agreed, the conclusion summary paper. There will then be a process moving towards signature. There will be a legal scrub of the text, but we will be following the process set out in the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, and the Prime Minister made that clear himself just a few days ago.
Barry Gardner.
I had the pleasure last week of meeting with the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry when they came with Piyush Goyal, my old friend. And I want to congratulate the Minister, his officials, and indeed FICCI, India Global Forum under the leadership of Manoj Ladwa, everyone who has spent so long, so many years, laying the groundwork for this agreement. The Minister recognised the doubling of India's service and IT exports over the last decade and the benefits that we can get from cooperation on the service and knowledge economy. And I think it's important that he should take further steps to outline just what the benefits will be from the Double Contribution Convention on National Insurance and how they're going to facilitate that engagement and cooperation on services and the knowledge economy for our workers in India.
Well, can I thank the honourable friend for his generous words of congratulations, and I know that the bilateral relationship between the United Kingdom and India has been a constant feature of his long service in this House and a particular focus of his parliamentary work. He's right to recognise, both in terms of digital services, more broadly in the services sector, that there are huge potential mutual benefits for the United Kingdom and for India working together. It's right to recognise we have a very broad relationship and deep relationship between our two countries. As I mentioned, we've got the 1.9 million people with Indian heritage living here within the United Kingdom. But it's also, as his question alluded to, right to recognise quite how dynamic the Indian economy is today. It has the highest growth rate in the G20, which is expected to remain above 6% over at least the next 5 years. If you consider that we're a largely services-based economy, notwithstanding our excellence in advanced manufacturing, the opportunities for United Kingdom service exporters, therefore, are huge and growing.
Sir John Whittingdale.
While I welcome the Indian trade deal, will the Minister now switch his attention to the other side of the Atlantic and ask Lord Mandelson to explain to the US administration that tariffs on films is unworkable, impossible to implement, and would do real damage to the film industry, not just in the UK, but also in the USA?
Minister.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, let me pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman's long-standing interest in matters related to culture, media and sport and the creative industries more generally. We are grateful for his expertise and experience in the House on these issues. It would be one of the first times I'd told Lord Mandelson to do anything in many decades of working together, but I will make sure that that is duly recorded, not just in the record of this House, but directly to our very distinguished ambassador in Washington. But it's also right to place on record that the film sector is a key part of the UK's world-class creative industries. We are absolutely committed to ensuring that these sectors continue to thrive and create good jobs, and also to recognise that the UK has a strong and balanced trading relationship with the US worth £315 billion. So I'm grateful to his challenge to me to reach out directly to Lord Mandelson on what we've read in the newspapers in the last couple of days. I give him my word that I'll make sure he's fully aware of the issue.
Tan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Amidst much fanfare, as usual, previous Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that he would have a UK-India trade deal signed by Diwali. But very cunningly, he never mentioned which Diwali. So we were left waiting for years. Other Conservative Prime Ministers made similar such empty promises, and that is why I particularly want to commend the Minister, the Business and Trade Secretary, their officials and the Labour government for having finally concluded this free trade agreement. And I look forward to this mutually beneficial agreement being formally signed. But can the Minister confirm, will this landmark UK-India FTA lead to an increase in bilateral trade by £26 billion, lead to an increase in UK GDP by £4.8 billion, boost wages by £2 billion year in, year out, and lead to many jobs in my Slough constituency and for others across both nations?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he seems to know my brief better than I do. But in all seriousness, it's right to place on record our gratitude not just to the Prime Minister for his sterling work in getting this deal over the line. I would also want to pay very generous tribute to the Business and Trade Secretary, who's done an immense amount of work, and whose visit to India in February with Minister Goyal really unlocked a number of key issues that had proved to be sticking points for the previous administration, and pay generous tribute to the officials of the Department of Business and Trade, both in London and indeed in India, who have worked tirelessly to secure this deal. In relation to its economic significance, I concur with the point that is made in terms of not just India being a huge and dynamic economy, but also it's right to recognise we signed the right deal for the United Kingdom. This is the best deal India has ever agreed to. It is expected to increase bilateral trade by about £25.5 billion and raise UK GDP. But if you like, we managed both to secure a deal more timeously than was anticipated, and frankly, we got a better deal than many expected.
Dan Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Indian government have said that this deal will mean immense opportunities for talented and skilled Indian youth that will open up in the UK. I wonder if the Minister can please confirm that we have not signed a youth mobility scheme with India before his government have agreed to one with the EU. And can he just clarify one more thing for me? He said we had contribution agreements with the EU and the USA. My understanding is that we've only signed those double contribution conventions with Chile, Japan and South Korea. Could he please clarify?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, what I said was we have social security agreements with a range of countries, including the EU and the USA. In relation to the position that she asks in relation to whether there is, if you like, a new points-based system being introduced, I can assure her that that is not the case. The deal only covers business mobility, and the UK has not given away visas or created new routes as part of this deal. Existing business mobility routes have been expanded for highly skilled and experienced professionals to cover additional sectors. But to qualify for these routes, professionals must demonstrate they meet the strict criteria for professional experience and qualifications.
Sir Jan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that by securing the best deal India has ever agreed, the government has put UK businesses in an incredible position to take advantage of the rapidly growing economy?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. India is quite simply the fastest growing economy in the G20, expected to be the third largest economy in the world by 2028. If you were choosing countries that you would wish to do a deal with, India would be pretty high up that list. By 2030, India will be home to an estimated 60 million middle-class consumers, and indeed many more than that, whose numbers are projected to grow to $250 million by 2050. And by 2035, their demand for imports is on course to top £1.4 trillion.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For those of us who have Scotch whisky industry interests in our constituency, this is very welcome news that apparently globalisation isn't dead after all. But when the Minister speaks about this being a deal that opens doors, what assistance will be given to British companies to ensure that especially SMEs are able to maximise the benefit that they will be able to derive from trading in this very important market?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as my statement sought to make clear, there will be specific provision for SMEs as part of this deal, because we recognise the huge Indian market can often be a challenge for businesses that don't have the kind of capabilities of larger businesses. I'm also grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his generous words in relation to the Scotch whisky industry. If you look at the kind of quotes that we're receiving this afternoon from Diageo, from Chivas, from the Scotch Whisky Association, I think he is very much on all fours with the industry in recognising this is a quite extraordinary deal for Scotch whisky.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me congratulate the Minister in securing this, the UK's largest trade deal with what is the G20's fastest growing economy. The Indian High Commission recently appointed Newcastle's very first Honorary Consul General, and we will have much to discuss when we meet because there is so much in this deal to look at and to scrutinise. And I thank the Minister for specifically mentioning advanced manufacturing in the North East, as well as small and medium businesses everywhere. And could he say a little bit more about how small businesses in the North East can secure and access the opportunities brought forward by this deal? I'm thinking particularly of our fantastic digital sector and our great health sector.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, both of the sectors, the digital and the healthcare sector, offer significant opportunities in what is a huge and expanding market within India. What this will deliver is a degree of certainty as well as significant tariff reductions across a range of sectors, and it also affords us the opportunity to think long term. In terms of exporting, we want to be able to support the kind of advanced manufacturers with which she is very familiar in the North East of England in being able to make strategic investments in exporting into the Indian market. That's why they will be investing not just into and exporting into not just a large but growing market, and one that holds significant commercial opportunities in the decades ahead.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. Just a few weeks ago, the Trade Secretary said that he would stand up for British workers. So it's quite astonishing that the Minister has come to the House today to announce tax breaks for immigration. This will undercut workers in Scotland and across the UK and comes just weeks after Labour introduced their own tax on UK workers. It leaves us all wondering, does this Labour government ever back British workers?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me name some Scottish workers who are absolutely delighted by today's announcement. Let me quote directly what Chivas have said. The announcement of a free trade agreement in principle between the UK and India is a welcome boost for Chivas brothers during an uncertain global economic environment. India is the world's biggest whisky market by volume, and greater access will be a game changer for the export of our Scotch whisky brands such as Chivas Regus and Ballantine's. Whether it's Chivas Regal, Ballantine's or other Scottish brands, which are the product of a huge number of workers in Scotland, there is much to celebrate today.
Gurinder Singh Jasan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement and congratulate the Minister, this Labour Government and officials on negotiating this trade deal, particularly in view of the party opposite's abject failure in this regard. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the UK, when it comes to our business community, we have strong values in relation to workers' rights, human rights, consumer protections and environmental sustainability. So can the Minister outline how this deal will respect and enhance those values?
Minister.
I can indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I said that this was a modern, forward-looking agreement, and that's why there is a recognition of exactly the kind of issues that my honourable friend mentioned in this deal. That represents, in many cases, a first for India. It reflects the fact that we were determined to secure that as part of the negotiations, and that's why we're one of the many reasons why we're proud of the agreement that's been agreed today.
Chris Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, today's trade deal announcement will be welcomed by many in Scotland, not least those in the whisky industry. In the face of volatile US tariffs, this is undoubtedly good news. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been increasing pressure within the UK, reported to even come from the former Prime Minister Tony Blair, to abandon their net zero ambitions. And I understand that carbon mechanisms were crucial in these trade negotiations with India. So given the SNP governance today reaffirmed the fullest commitment to net zero and sustainable industries, can the Minister give his reassurance that the UK government's climate ambitions have not been sacrificed to secure this deal?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can give that assurance. I thought we were going to have an uncharacteristically warm endorsement until the honourable gentleman got to the word however. I have to say, we've been so busy negotiating a trade deal with India, we haven't had the chance to read the First Minister's programme for government today. But while in a spirit of generosity he pays tribute to the work that's been done in relation to whisky, let me just read out the statement by Deborah Crew, the Diageo Chief Executive. She said the UK-India Free Trade Agreement is a huge achievement by Prime Ministers Modi and Starmer and Ministers Goyal and Reynolds, and all of us at Diageo toast their success. It will be transformational for Scotch and Scotland, while powering jobs and investment in both India and the United Kingdom. I couldn't have put it better myself.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As has already been said, negotiating a trade deal on beneficial terms is of course hugely significant, particularly when it comes to the recent trade war initiated by Trump. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have come to this House countless times to raise the issue of human rights violations and abuses against the Kashmiris by the Indian government, and I raise the matter again today. Can the Minister tell me whether the persecution of Kashmiri journalists and human rights activists have been raised at any point during the negotiations, and before he signs on the dotted line in a few months, can he return to this House with a full response on exactly how the UK government is upholding its international human rights obligations and not undermining efforts to defend Kashmiri human rights?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom is a leading advocate for human rights around the world. We remain committed to the promotion of universal human rights, and when we have concerns, they're raised directly with partner governments, including at ministerial level. The horrific recent terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir is utterly devastating. My thoughts remain with those, their loved ones and the people of India. It is, however, for India and Pakistan to find a lasting solution and resolution to the Kashmir dispute, taking into account the wishes of the Kashmiri people.
Andrew Rossingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's news of a free trade agreement between the United Kingdom and India is wonderful news. Some of us have argued for greater free trade arrangements with Commonwealth countries for many years. And of course, Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister of India, should be commended on adopting a free market system which has brought wealth and prosperity to India, eliminating poverty and enabling India to work with countries like the United Kingdom. But will the Minister accept that none of this would have been possible had we not been sovereign in able to negotiate our own free trade agreements following our departure from the European Union? Wasn't Brexit the right thing to do?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, firstly, it's right to recognise the honourable gentleman has form on arguing for the importance of the Commonwealth. I seem to recollect answering parliamentary questions only in recent weeks on exactly the opportunity that the Commonwealth and that fellowship of friendship that it presents to us has for doing effective economic work together. On that, we are on all fours. I certainly agree that we should look to strengthen and broaden our trading ties where we can. In relation to Europe, that is a well-ploughed field. In this House and elsewhere, it seems to me that we should be looking forward. We should be looking for new markets rather than engaging in old arguments.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I warmly welcome this very important announcement today, and in particular the benefits to the UK economy, the billions of pounds of extra growth which it will generate, both in the food and drink sector, in advanced manufacturing, and in many other parts of our economy. May I just ask the Minister to elaborate a little on the benefits to the UK tech sector, and in particular to start-ups like many in my own constituency in Reading, and the benefits to those young entrepreneurs setting up their own small businesses?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for his question. It's right to recognise, given the significant progress that we've made in relation to goods, that there's also huge opportunities in relation to services. And I would pay tribute to the tech sector in the United Kingdom and the extraordinary work, not just in his constituency, but more broadly, that is being done. The City of London, I'm glad to say, has become one of the significant global tech hubs, not least for fintech. And again, if I was to quote Chris Hayward, the policy chairman of the City of London's corporation, today he said, "India is a strategic partner, and this deal reflects our shared ambition to deepen trade ties, boost investment and build lasting collaboration." Whether it is in technology, whether it is in fintech, or whether it is in financial services more broadly, there are huge opportunities as a result of this deal.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reportedly, steel tariffs were a major sticking point in these trade negotiations with India, and this is of particular concern to communities across South Wales, especially following Tata's decision to shut down its blast furnaces in Wales and across Europe, while simultaneously investing in new capacity in India. So can the Minister assure this House that British steel workers have not been sacrificed in order to secure this deal? And can he confirm what tariff rate Indian steel imports will face when the agreement comes into effect?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was this government, of course, that stepped in to save British Steel, acting to save thousands of jobs in recent weeks and avoid our primary steelmaking from a sudden collapse it would otherwise have faced. Thanks to this government's swift intervention, we were able to secure the raw materials that actually kept the blast furnaces at Scunthorpe alight. British Steel has also cancelled the redundancy consultation that would otherwise have put 2,700 jobs at risk. Frankly, UK industry depends on the UK steel industry, and thanks to our plan for change, demand is set to increase, helping build the 1.5 million homes, railways, schools and hospitals that we need to usher in a decade of national renewal. That's the context in which we've taken forward today's announcement.
Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the conclusion of negotiations on what is the best deal that India has offered any country when it comes to free trade. Many of my constituents in Ealing Southall are part of the living bridge of 1.9 million people of Indian heritage living in and contributing to this country. So can the Minister, at a time of global volatility, set out how Labour's free trade deal gives the world-renowned clothing and food businesses in Southall the confidence to grow and expand, boosting our local economy?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? And it's right to recognise that both producers and consumers stand to benefit, whether it is not just in relation to whisky, of which we've been speaking, but also in a range of consumer goods. And I would pay tribute to her constituents in Southall and the extraordinary contribution that they have made as part of that living bridge over many decades here in the United Kingdom. The commercial opportunities in both directions are significant. That's why I think we were able to secure the deal today.
Andrew Murrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this trade deal that's been made possible by Brexit and by the hard work of the previous government with a global titan for the decades ahead. However, the Minister will be aware that this country runs a very substantial trade deficit with India. Is the deal that he has negotiated likely to narrow or widen that deficit, since all we know about the tariffs, non-tariff tariff barriers and trade-offs that's implicit in this deal, we read in the press, or what the Indian government has told us about?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course it's for the Indian government to account for this trade deal on the terms that they so choose. We will follow the established constitutional process of the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, whereby not only are we sharing a statement at the earliest opportunity with the House, but the House will have the opportunity to scrutinise the details of every aspect of this agreement.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As somebody who represents a constituency with a proud community of people of Indian heritage, with world-beating firms, a skilled workforce, a catapult centre at the MTC, can the Minister expand on how this deal will help deliver growth, economic development and innovation right across the country and opportunities for businesses, small, medium and large?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've spoken today of the importance of the Indian market, but it's also right to recognise that the Indian market presently sits behind some of the world's highest barriers to trade, notwithstanding the fact that it was the UK's 12th largest trading partner. The fact that we are tearing down so many of those tariff levels as part of this agreement will be a very practical and pragmatic offering for the kind of excellence in manufacturing that he has in his constituency and that's represented right across our country.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, how can the government make a trade deal for the whole United Kingdom if it doesn't control the trade laws for the whole United Kingdom? Because in Northern Ireland's case, we are still under the control of EU trade laws. And the practical illustration is this, that under this UK-Indian trade deal, any imports to Northern Ireland, and I speak of imports, not exports, any imports to Northern Ireland from India will be subject to not any agreed UK tariff, but to whatever prevailing EU tariff there is on those goods. And of course, the EU does not have a trade deal with India. So isn't this another illustration of how Northern Ireland has been left behind by a protocol which left us behind in the EU?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the status of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom and its trading relationships are not altered as a consequence of the Indian Free Trade Agreement that was reached today. The established position is exactly as he describes, which recognises the distinctive history, the significance of the Good Friday Agreement, not just the protocol but the Windsor Framework. There has been a huge amount of work put in on all sides of this House to try and maintain a hard-won peace in Northern Ireland, and that's not compromised by today's agreement.
Tarkiel Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As other Scottish MPs have mentioned, this deal is good news for the whisky industry. It means Ishkebekalior, whisky galore. But it is also good for food producers, for crofters in the Western Isles, whose lamb products exports now face zero tariffs, for the salmon farming industry, which supports 420 jobs in my constituency and accounts for £187 million of trade. It's good news overall. I guess the only question is whether the Minister will be toasting this deal with a single malt herrach from the Isle of Harris distillery, or one from Uist, Benbecula or Barra, that chain of new distilleries that now have a new export market thanks to this deal.
Deputy Speaker, I think it was Tip O'Neill, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, who said all politics is local. So if I am going to be toasting tonight's deal, it will be with the finest Glenkinchie whisky from the East Lothian part of Scotland, not, alas, Isla malt or indeed a malt from the Outer Isles. But I would want to pay generous tribute to my honourable friend, who is a doughty, tireless and fearless defender of the interests, not just of the Harris Tweed industry, not just of the whisky producers, but also of the Scottish salmon farmers, who are a significant contributor to UK exports, never mind Scottish exports. In sector after sector of the Scottish economy, there will be significant material and real benefits as a consequence of this deal. We promised that we would have a Labour government delivering for Scotland. Today we're seeing what that promise delivers looks like.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister just admitted that this agreement means the expansion of some visa schemes, and the Indian government says that the, quotes, the FTA eases mobility for professionals such as intra-corporate transferees and their dependents, and independent professionals like chefs. It also says that the new double contribution convention creates a 3-year exemption from national insurance contributions for Indians working here. So can the Minister confirm that this agreement will make Indian migrant workers in Britain cheaper to employ relative to British workers than they are today? Yes or no?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the points-based immigration system is not affected. The UK has not given away visas or created new routes as part of this deal. It is existing business mobility routes that have been expanded for highly skilled and experienced professionals to cover additional sectors.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the Minister on securing this vital trade deal. The automotive sector in the West Midlands has been really worried about increasing tariffs in the US, and so a deal with a trade deal with India, a country where UK brands are very highly respected, is extremely welcome. Can the Minister say for my constituents in Halesowen who work in the automotive sector how this deal will benefit them?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I can give my honourable friend exactly that assurance. I'm conscious that there was an additional point I should have made in relation to steel, which is as part of this agreement we've included a bilateral safeguard mechanism which allows us to temporarily suspend or increase tariffs if an industry is suffering or there is a threat to serious injury as a result of reduced duties. In relation to automotives, automotive companies will now benefit from selling to India with tariffs under a quota reduced from over 100% to 10%. We've agreed quotas to limit the volume of duty-free imports permitted to enter our markets. It will therefore open opportunities for the sector, giving them a competitive edge in the Indian market and increased access to India's rapidly growing middle class. As the sector transitions to electric vehicles, so will the market access we have secured as part of this deal. It will give British businesses the opportunity to scale up their exports as production ramps up. Both the UK and India have growing EV markets and production, so to protect these industries but ensure consumers also have choice.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his statement? The Minister will be aware of the tremendous filming potential that exists in Northern Ireland and the increasing amount of Hollywood films that are shot just in that place. The Northern Ireland films and the TV industry has made a significant contribution to the regional economy, boosting it by some £330 million since 2018, and furthermore 4,000 jobs tied to it. It is therefore, I believe, essential that trade deals outline the importance to the regions, and the film sector must be part of that, and to find the solutions to enable filming to take place in picturesque, skilled, cost-efficient Northern Ireland by global filmmakers. Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, picturesque, skilled, and I can't remember the other word he used, but I agreed with every one of them. The truth is, as I recollect, The Crown was actually filmed in Northern Ireland as well, or at least significant parts of it. There is a huge and burgeoning economic opportunity for the film industry in Northern Ireland that, as he rightly recognises, is not solely a tribute to the extraordinary scenery, but the extraordinary skills and capabilities of the Northern Irish workforce. That's why the film sector is and will remain a key part of our creative industries, which employs millions of people, not just in Northern Ireland, but across the whole of the UK. In relation to the point he raises on the US, officials and ministers, I can assure him, are in regular communication with our US counterparts. I'm not going to get into the detail of those discussions, but I can assure him the point he made has been well taken.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my congratulations to the Minister and everybody who has been involved in getting such a significant trade deal over the line with what is soon to be the biggest economy in the world. In Welwyn Hatfield, we have a vibrant Indian diaspora, including my friend, Councillor Pankit Shah, who just over 20 years after moving to the UK became our first ever British Indian Mayor of Welwyn Hatfield and served with distinction. The reason that we have such a close connection is principally due to the University of Hertfordshire in Hatfield, in my constituency, where thousands of students from India have studied and continue to do so. So would my right honourable friend agree with me that whilst today is a fantastic moment for trade, it's vital that we continue to have visa schemes that encourage Indian students to come and study in our country?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me begin by echoing his generous tribute to Councillor Pankit Shah and many like him who have made an immense contribution to the United Kingdom, making the United Kingdom what we are today. That reflects that human bridge, that human dynamic of 1.9 million people, and within that human bridge, students play a significant and valued role.
And the final question from the backbenches on this statement, Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. AG Bar, with iconic brands such as Iron Brew and Rubicon, is based in my Cumbernauld Kirkintilloch constituency. Can my right honourable friend outline what this trade deal will mean for soft drinks companies such as bars?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm hesitant of saying, what's it called, Cumbernauld? The truth is, whether it is Scottish salmon, whether it is Scottish whisky, or perhaps the most iconic Scottish product of all, Iron Brew, it is good news today for this India-UK trade deal. When I was being briefed by officials shortly before coming to the House, I asked for examples of the sectors where we would see the biggest benefits, and she will be delighted to hear that Iron Brew feature prominently in the description they gave to the Minister.
That concludes the statement, and before we move on to the next statement, I'll give a few minutes for the front benches to swap over. Statement, Minister Hamish Faulkner.
With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll make a statement on the Middle East. Yesterday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced that the Israeli Security Cabinet has approved a plan to expand and intensify Israel's military operations in Gaza. He said that the Israeli Defense Force operations will extend across more of Gaza. Tactics will no longer involve short raids, with the implication that Israel will hold the ground it takes. Reports suggest that the plans could include full military occupation of the Gaza Strip. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Gaza's population will be moved for its protection. Tens of thousands of reservists are being called up. In parallel, the Security Cabinet reportedly approved a plan to deliver aid through private companies. This comes at a time, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the scale of civilian suffering and humanitarian need is already intolerable. More than 52,000 people have now been killed in Gaza. Israel has fully blocked the entry of humanitarian aid for over 2 months. The World Food Programme says their food stockpile has been exhausted. These announcements from the Israeli government have rightly sparked grave concern that this conflict, which has already wrought so much bloodshed and suffering, may enter a dangerous new phase. I know that concern will be felt right across the House. Let me make the government position crystal clear. We strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's operations. Any attempt to annex land in Gaza would be unacceptable. Palestinian territory must not be reduced nor subjected to any demographic change. We want this war to end. We want an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, the urgent provision of humanitarian aid, and a pathway to a political solution. Madam Deputy Speaker, all of us recognise that Hamas continues to hold hostages in the cruelest fashion. Their actions show the complete disregard for the interests of the Palestinian people. Hamas must not divert aid for their own financial gain or use civilian infrastructure for military purposes. We repeat our demand for the immediate release of the hostages. But an expansion of this conflict is not the route to achieve their safe return. That is why it is so strongly opposed by so many hostage families themselves. It is negotiations which offer the best hope of ending the agony of those waiting for loved ones held captive, alleviating the suffering of civilians, and ending Hamas's control of Gaza. It is evident that Hamas cannot be defeated through military means alone. An expansion of military operations will result in the deaths of more innocent civilians and put the hostages at yet greater risk. The fighting must stop. The government has said since day one in office that the only way to ensure a path towards long-term peace and stability is an immediate ceasefire, the release of hostages, better protection of civilians, and significantly more aid entering Gaza. Diplomacy is how we ensure security for Israelis and Palestinians, not more bloodshed. All the people of this region deserve to live in peace, prosperity, and security. We urge all parties to return urgently to talks, implement the ceasefire agreement in full, and work towards a permanent peace. We continue to use our full diplomatic weight to bring about a ceasefire and end the suffering. After more than 2 months of aid into Gaza being blocked, Palestinians continue to face immense suffering. Essential supplies of food and medicine are either no longer available or quickly running out. As the United Nations has already said, it is hard to see how, if implemented, the new Israeli plan to deliver aid through private companies will be consistent with humanitarian principles and meet the scale of the need. We need urgent clarity from the Israeli government on their intentions. We must remember what is at stake. These humanitarian principles matter for every conflict around the world. They should be applied consistently in every war zone. As we have said repeatedly, humanitarian aid must never be used as a political tool, and Israel is bound under international law to allow the unhindered passage of humanitarian aid. I repeat my call for Israel to engage with partners to allow for a rapid and unhindered resurgence of the flow of aid into Gaza. We reiterate our outrage at recent strikes by Israeli forces on humanitarian workers, on infrastructure and healthcare facilities. Israel must do far more to protect the civilian population and humanitarian workers, and hold to account those who are responsible. Over a year since the appalling attack on the World Central Kitchen, in which 3 British nationals were tragically killed, we continue to press for a conclusion to the Israeli investigation and a decision as to whether criminal proceedings will be brought. The UN and humanitarian partners must be able to carry out their work in safety in accordance with their principles. Madam Deputy Speaker, last week we welcomed Prime Minister Mustafa of the Palestinian Authority to the United Kingdom. We signed a landmark Memorandum of Understanding and confirmed a £101 million package of support to the occupied Palestinian territories. We will continue to support the Palestinian Authority as the only legitimate governing entity in the occupied Palestinian territories, including in Gaza. During that visit, we reaffirmed the UK's commitment to recognising a Palestinian state as a contribution to a two-state solution. It is only a political horizon towards a two-state solution that can ensure the long-term peace and security of both Palestinians and Israelis. I commend the statement to the House.
I call Shadow Foreign Minister Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today is day 578 since the atrocities of October the 7th and the capture of the hostages occurred. 59 innocent hostages continue to be held in cruel captivity by Hamas, and those who are still alive have no access to aid or communication with their families. So, does the Minister agree that Iran and Hamas are to blame for the events that have happened since the 7th of October, and that the immediate return of hostages would aid efforts to secure the ceasefire? Can the Minister explain what discussions the Foreign Secretary has had in recent days with the US, Middle Eastern and other partners who have brokered previous agreements on efforts to secure the release of these hostages? And what exactly is Britain contributing to these efforts? Is the UK convening power effectively being used? And what international pressure is the UK trying to bring to bear on Hamas to both release the hostages and to see their removal from power? The Minister has stated today that Hamas cannot be defeated through military means. On what basis has he reached that assertion, and what is his alternative to getting Hamas to lay down their arms? And on aid, the Minister has mentioned the Israeli government's fears about aid diversion, and if the current situation on aid access is to be unblocked, the government must seriously engage with Israel to address many of the concerns and the broader situation that has led to the breakdown of this ceasefire. So can the Minister say how UK-funded aid is how much aid is waiting to enter Gaza? How much aid is waiting to enter Gaza? Where is it currently being held? And what is the Minister doing to engage with his Israeli counterparts to find practical solutions to this issue? What actual engagement has taken place between the Foreign Secretary and his Israeli counterparts on the decision of the Israeli Security Cabinet to undertake this new operation in Gaza, including on its objectives? We all want to see a sustainable end to the conflict, the return of the hostages, and this awful crisis to be alleviated, and eventually a two-state solution with the region free of Hamas and the threats from Iran. The government is talking about wanting to achieve these things, but clearly it needs to convince us all that there is a plan for achieving this. Let us be clear that the root causes of so much bloodshed and misery in the Middle East is the regime in Iran. And if this government is serious about achieving a sustainable peace in the Middle East, then it has to have a strategy to deter and undermine Iran's regime and its awful approach to sowing destruction, and also to export the repression around the world, including here in the UK, which we heard about in the statement earlier. So when is the government going to come out with a clear strategy for dealing with this malign threat and the threat towards peace and stability, both in the Middle East and elsewhere? For months we've been asking questions of this government, and in fact I asked the same question to the Minister just last week. And as we saw on the 27th of March, the Intelligence and Security Committee sent a report on Iran to the Prime Minister. So how many more militants and terrorists will be bankrolled by Iran, threatening their lives before this government has a clear strategy in place? And what engagement is taking place with the US to tackle Iran's destructive influence and ensure they never become a nuclear state? Madam Deputy Speaker, while the Minister is at the dispatch box, can he update on other matters in the Middle East? On Sunday, the Iranian-backed Houthis recklessly fired a missile at Israel, landing near the main terminal of Ben Gurion Airport and injuring 6 people. Let alone the risk to aviation, many more could have been injured or killed on the ground, and no doubt that must have been the desired outcome of the Houthis. So does the government have a plan to deal with these ongoing threats of the Houthis, including the threat they pose to stability and security and our own interests? On Syria, the government announced to the media on the 24th of April that they were lifting 24 more sanctions. But it took 6 days before informing the House through a written ministerial statement that they were going to be doing this. So will the Minister explain why the House was given this discourtesy and why that was not brought to the House earlier? And on the substance of these sanctions, we still have no clarity about the criteria being used to lift these sanctions, the entities identified and the impact, and the government are not applying any conditions. And if we look at the US, they are imposing conditions on Syria when it comes to easing sanctions, including on destroying chemical weapons and counter-terrorism cooperation. So can the government now explain why it's taken a different route to our allies when we have consistently worked in consort with our international partners? Why are we now working in isolation and in such an uncoordinated way? Because the last Conservative government led a coordinated approach when it came to Syria, and the government is now behind the curve, and we have to be cautious when it comes to lifting sanctions. On Syria, it's a very fragile situation, particularly when we saw the appalling clashes between the pro-government and the Druze communities. Is the government pressing HTS into action? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister update the House on the situation in Lebanon and what is his assessment of the current situation, including the adherence to the ceasefire, the terms of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701 and the broader political stability?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her important questions. I'll take the opportunity to respond on the very important questions she raises about the attack on Ben Gurion Airport. I condemn the Houthis' continued missile attacks, absolutely, including the attack on Ben Gurion Airport over the weekend. This country has extensive experience of the dangers of attacks on civil aviation of this kind, and we reiterate our support for Israel's right to self-defence in the face of Houthi attacks. The House heard from the Defence Secretary last week some of the efforts that we are taking in the collective self-defence of our allies in the Red Sea. The Right Honourable Lady raises a number of other important points. I can update the House that we are in regular contact with those pressing for a ceasefire in the region. Most obviously, of course, the envoy, the special envoy of the United States President, Mr. Witkoff, who is, I believe, in the region now. And of course, the Foreign Secretary has been in touch with his counterpart in Israel, as well as indeed many others. He has been in both Oman and Qatar recently, and I have been, as you would expect, in regular contact with all of those with an interest. She asked for an update on sanctions, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I wasn't aware of any discourtesy in the sequence of how we announced the Syria sanctions, but I'm very happy to take that away. And if there was any discourtesy, it was by, I can assure her, it was accidental. We did take the steps that we took in relation to Syria sanctions because we want the new Syrian government to succeed. Britain's interest, indeed Israel's interest, is in a stable and secure Syria. The new Syrian government have taken steps which are welcome. There are, as the Right Honourable Lady points out, still areas of major concern, but the judgment that I took alongside the Foreign Secretary is that we should lift those sanctions which were aimed at the Assad regime. So we lifted sanctions which are clearly no longer targeting entities controlled by the Assad regime, which is clearly no longer in power in Syria, and maintain them where assets held by the Assad family were still relevant. So we took a series of principled steps in order to try and ensure the new Syria has the best possible chance of being the success that would be in Britain's national interest. We maintained those sanctions on the Assad family, and we did so in close cooperation with our allies.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the Minister's comments and condemnation of Israel's actions in Gaza. The problem is that I've agreed with him every time he's made these commendations of Israel, and the whole House generally has joined him in that. The reality is that Israel's taken absolutely no notice of the government's position on this. What we're seeing now with the actions in Gaza, the starving of the population, the threats to wholesale movement of that population away are completely unacceptable. So will the Minister consider two things now? First of all, a rapid recognition of a Palestinian state, hopefully together with France and other allies, and secondly, to seriously consider sanctions against Israel if they pursue the wholesale removal of Palestinians from their homes.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the strength of feeling from my honourable friends, from so many on the benches behind me, and indeed right across the House. It is obviously a source of great anguish to me and all in the government that we continue this far into our government to still not have the ceasefire in place that we have long called for. We are working with our allies in order to try to persuade Israel to change course. As he will know, I won't comment on sanctions from this dispatch box, but we have been clear as we can on our position, both in relation to the many areas where we have discussed in this House week after week and month after month a failure to see improvement, whether that's in relation to the protection of civilians or aid into Gaza. And we will, of course, continue to discuss all other matters in relation to this fraught and tragic situation with our close partners, as he would expect.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Monica Harding. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Israeli government's decision to approve plans for an expanded offensive, summarised by officials as the conquest of Gaza, is disgraceful. It will wreak more devastation and displacement on Palestinians after months of bombardment. It will also narrow the path back to a ceasefire, while severely harming the chances of getting the remaining hostages in Hamas's captivity back to Israel alive. Does the Minister agree with me that if the Israeli government carries out its threat to seize and hold Gaza, this would constitute a further flagrant breach of international law? And in that instance, can the Minister outline what this government's response would be? The latest aid blockade of Gaza has now reached over 60 days. The UN has described it as a growing humanitarian catastrophe. Prime Minister Netanyahu's latest proposals to deliver aid through private companies at military hubs would appear to contravene basic principles of international humanitarian law, including the neutrality of aid, and have been criticised by aid organisations as dangerous and unworkable. The Israeli government's refusal to reopen aid routes is utterly unacceptable and contravenes its obligations as an occupying power. We've welcomed the government's pledge of a £101 million package of support for the occupied Palestinian territories. Without more action to secure the reopening of aid pathways, however, this new package will provide limited relief for Palestinians suffering in the Strip. Can the Minister provide details on how the government is working with international partners to pressure the Israeli government to allow the aid to reach Gaza? And can the Minister also update the House on whether contingency measures are being considered to ensure aid reaches those suffering in Gaza, even if Israeli government continues to block the direct supply of aid into the Strip? Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady asks a series of important questions. I sought in my statement to very clearly focus on what has been announced by the Israeli government, including by Prime Minister Netanyahu on Sunday. I don't wish to be drawn into speculation about the various reports of how this operation may be conducted, but stick only to the public announcements. We have been clear, as the Honourable Lady will know, all the way along both in our commitment to a ceasefire, our desire to return to the framework of the ceasefire that was negotiated with such relief. We are in regular touch with Special Envoy Witkoff. We hope that in his efforts he will be able to secure a return to a ceasefire. That would be far preferable on all of the axes that she describes, whether that's the safe return of hostages, the desperate need for humanitarian aid to return to Gaza, or indeed, in our view, Israel's security itself. She asks important questions too about the role of an occupying power in the provision of aid. My officials set our view on the legal position out on Friday at the International Court of Justice.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was clearly eager to come in. The Israeli government's plan to expand its military operation in Gaza and displace its population speaks volumes about the effects of their impunity. Impunity to break international law, to cut off food and medical supplies, to starve a population, to kill tens of thousands of civilians. And I suppose my question to the Minister really is, what will he be doing to end Israel's impunity in terms of the way they are acting, and when will he finally act to sanction those Israeli ministers, apply a full arms embargo, ban all settlement goods, and most importantly, to recognise Palestine?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her important questions. So I've set out at this dispatch box the steps that we have taken, whether it's in relation to sanctions or arms or goods, and I won't rehearse them here. I can see that there are many who want to contribute. And as you would expect, I won't comment on further sanctions. She asks the question which I know is on the lips of so many in this House about recognition. What we see in Gaza, the announcements that we have seen over the weekend, obviously is a very, very significant, immediate and practical threat to the viability of Palestinian life. And we are taking every practical step that we can alongside our allies to try and focus on the ceasefire that must be our most immediate priority, given the threats that hang over such a significant civilian population as we speak.
Sir Edward Lee.
In his statement, the Minister said that we, the UK government, reaffirm our commitment to recognising a Palestinian state. Up to now, the excuse has been that we've got to wait until negotiations are complete. There are no negotiations. All that we have is extremist settlers trying to force out Palestinian people from their villages in the West Bank, which I've seen with my own eyes. In the name of God, why can't we give the Palestinian people some hope? Why can't we give them the same right to self-determination and recognise a Palestinian state now?
Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman and my neighbour for his commitment to these issues. The problems that face the Palestinian people at this moment are acute, immediate, and they are practical. And as I set out at this dispatch box last week, we stand by our commitments, as I mentioned in the statement. We want to make a contribution to practically improving the lives of the Palestinian people, and we will view recognition in that light.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No one can deny any longer that Israel is committing war crime after war crime. Over 50,000 Palestinians killed, millions forcibly displaced, the complete blockade of Gaza for the last 2 months, and now plans to annex the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Madam Deputy Speaker, just what will it take for the government to properly act over Netanyahu's breaking of every single international norm and rule? And I say to the Minister, simply opposing the expansion of military operations from the dispatch box is not securing peace or helping the Palestinian people. The government has rightly imposed widespread sanctions on Russia Why does it refuse to impose widespread sanctions on Israel?
Minister.
I recognise the passion in my honourable friend's voice, as he knows it is not just at this dispatch box that we have set out our views, and he asks for widespread sanctions. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the House knows, we have imposed sanctions on violent settlers. We have suspended arms licences according to a careful process, looking at the risks of international humanitarian law. We will continue to take action across the full range of our diplomatic options, not just at this dispatch box, as he would expect.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What dialogue is ongoing with Egypt at this time? Because I think there are concerns about the pressures on Egypt, not just from the situation in Gaza and their obvious interest in the Rafah crossing, but with the pressures in the south from the conflict in Sudan. Egypt remains a very important party in getting to a resolution. And what is the government's current dialogue and support for Egypt?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his important question. Of course, this conflict affects not just Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, but many of its neighbours, including Egypt. And I can confirm that the government has been in regular dialogue with Egyptian counterparts, and I myself have an upcoming exchange with one of my Egyptian counterparts on exactly these questions.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Gaza are being starved deliberately. They need full, immediate, unimpeded delivery of adequate aid. So will the UK government insist that Israel ensures that aid is distributed not by private military contractors, but by the UN and international agencies according to the UN's recognised humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, independence and impartiality?
Minister.
My honourable friend rightly highlights the importance of the humanitarian principles she outlines. They are important principles not just in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, but right across the world. It is a proud part of British history that we have been such forceful advocates for those principles, and we will continue to be so with Israel and any others who seeks to undermine them.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will forgive me, but there is few things more infuriating in this House than listening to ministers when they're of the blue persuasion or now the red persuasion, fail to call out collective punishment for what it is, fail to call out war crimes for what they are, continue to justify the sale of arms to Israel, and find every excuse possible not to recognise the state of Palestine. So maybe he can be the one who surprises me, gets to his feet and says that the plan as laid out by Benjamin Netanyahu is tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Will he do that, yes or no?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman from the SNP, perhaps unsurprisingly, goes for rhetoric. He wants me to opine on questions of law, make determinations which ministers for a long time have rightly chosen to treat as questions for the courts. He asked me to take action. As a government, the Labour Party has taken action. They've taken action on arms. They've taken actions on sanctions. We have a record which we can defend. We are not simply here for rhetoric.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not a week goes by without more worrying news coming out of the Middle East. My thoughts are with the innocent people in Gaza worried about a new offensive, with the hostage families worried about their loved ones, and with Israel following the Houthi attack. I would like to ask whether the Minister would like to join me in condemning the Houthi attack and also calling for negotiations to continue that sees aid get into Gaza and hostages returned home.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question, and I know his long personal commitment to those so badly affected by this conflict. I do join him in condemnation of the Houthi attack. This House should be under no illusions about the nature of the Houthis. They are no friends to the Palestinians. Their action in their repeated strikes against international shipping and practically any flagged vessel that crosses through the Red Sea is a threat to global peace and security, it's a threat to international trade, and their actions targeting civilian aviation does nothing for the Palestinian people.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, after 18 months of the diplomacy that the Minister has referred to, it's clear that Israel has not significantly complied once. Now, after watching children being shot in the streets, medics and hospitals consistently targeted, British citizens and rescue workers murdered and their bodies concealed, red lines such as Rafah reduced to rubble, and of course the hostages still in captivity. We now learn from a government minister, an Israeli government minister, that Gaza is to be entirely destroyed, and we're watching the live streaming starvation of an entire people. Now, the minister talks about his anguish, and I know it's genuine, but can he not see what the majority of the House can see, that he's facing a catastrophic failure of government policy, for which the Palestinians and the Israelis and the rest of us may well pay a heavy price for many years to come? He's an intelligent man. Can he not see the moral and tactical case for a change in strategy that might bring about peace?
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman talks powerfully, and the scenes in Gaza are visible to us all. He asks about questions of tactics and strategy. The right strategy must be, over the next 2 weeks, for Special Envoy Witkoff's efforts to see success. We need to see a ceasefire restored. It is those who are advocating for that political process that need our full support, and that is where the efforts of the government are focused.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Israeli Government Minister Smotrich said today that Gaza is to be entirely destroyed and its people to leave in great numbers to third countries. This latest threat, on top of the deliberate blockage of aid into Gaza, on top of the ongoing displacement of the past 18 months, on top of 50,000 deaths. There are clearly breaches of international humanitarian law. The Minister has been clear in his condemnation. He has been clear that this is not the way to bring the hostages home. But if the Israeli government is not listening to his words, and surely they are not, will he consider what meaningful action the government can take? Will he consider further sanctions against Israeli government ministers and against the goods that are made in his illegal settlements on stolen Palestinian land?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the important question. Clearly, the rhetoric of some Israeli government ministers has crossed a threshold in which we would all condemn them. The Foreign Secretary has condemned a series of statements, and I wasn't familiar with this one, but it looks like it would fall very much in the same category. As you would expect, I will not comment on further sanctions. We have, as I've been clear already this afternoon, we have taken action, and we will keep further action under review.
Sir Desmond Swain.
The Minister has made the government's position crystal clear that the Israeli plan is unacceptable. How will British government policy towards Israel change as that plan is implemented?
Minister.
We hope, as the right honourable gentleman will know, we hope to avoid having to deal with that hypothetical. We will seek to persuade the Israeli government not to embark on a path so damaging for all of the reasons that I've set out this afternoon. But I'm sure he will be asking me this question in the House should we fail.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yet again, the unimaginable horror of what is happening in Gaza has been joined up by yet more unacceptable behaviour from the Israeli government. And let me be clear for the House, the butchers of Hamas could draw this to an end today by the release of the hostages, but that does not make right the starvation and destruction of the Palestinian people in Gaza. A dictionary definition of ethnic cleansing includes the mass expulsion of a people from their land. So can I ask the Minister two questions? Firstly, what does he think when he hears Israeli ministers saying, I quote, "We are finally going to occupy the Gaza Strip. Once we occupy, we can start to talk about sovereignty." How does he feel? And secondly, those of us on this side of the House stood on a manifesto to recognise the state of Palestine. Can I ask the Minister, if not now, when?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend who has a deep commitment to these issues, who raises them here and elsewhere often. Let me be clear. Any attempt to annex land in Gaza would be unacceptable. Palestinian territory must not be reduced nor subjected to any demographic change. My honourable friend can read from that the strength of our views on some of the announcements that have been made by some of those associated with the Israeli government. We want to see a Palestinian state which can function safely side by side with a safe Israeli state. It is regrettable that that seems like such a distant prospect, and I'm sure we will be continuing this discussion in this House in the weeks and months to come.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In light of this latest outrage from the Netanyahu government to displace hundreds of thousands of innocent Palestinians, on top of starvation of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, on top of the murdering of aid workers, on top of the expansion of violence by settlers, we get from the Minister strong opposition, a request for urgent clarity, a reiteration of his outrage. He says he's taking action, but he can hear from all sides of the House nobody is satisfied with the level of action the British government is taking. So I implore him again, listen to the support from all sides of the House, recognise a Palestinian state, impose a full arms embargo on Israel, sanction Smotrich and Ben Gvir, and in the name of God, as others have said, please can we get aid into Gaza so that people will stop starving?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady is right to press on the absolute vital importance of aid getting into Gaza. These are points that we make regularly with force with the Israeli government, and part of my anguish is the reports that I read, like so many in the House do, of the continued failure for that to happen. I want to address a point which I think the Honourable Lady may have been making, which others have made too, about whether there are alternative routes to get aid into Gaza. A range of alternative routes other than through the land crossing have been tried. It is the view of the British government that no route other than a land route can get the scale of aid into Gaza that is now required. And it is Israeli decision-making that is preventing those land routes from being in operation. She asks about recognition of a Palestinian state, and I refer her to my previous answers.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend today for his statement following yet another appalling turn of events towards Gaza by this Israeli government. In a Westminster Hall debate in February, I said that I feared if the occupation continued, it would become increasingly difficult to apply international law to the situation on the ground. Now I fear that if we do not recognise a Palestinian state, there will be no Palestinian state that includes Gaza left to be recognised. Will the UK government now take immediate steps to recognise the state of Palestine?
Minister.
We are clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the principles of international law that apply. As I said to the Right Honourable Lady opposite, we on Friday appeared at the International Court of Justice to set out our understanding of the obligations on an occupying power, in this case Israel, and were clear about what international law, in our view, meant for the occupying power.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we've heard, the Netanyahu cabinet has now approved an illegal plan to expand its military offensive to capture and occupy all of Gaza. This will put 1 million children at acute risk of starvation, epidemic disease and death, with the deliberate blockade of food an essential surprise. Does the Minister deny that this constitutes genocide in real time? And when did he last assess the real risk that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as the House knows, I will not make a determination from this ballot box on questions of law. We do assess risk, and I can confirm that those assessments are ongoing, and a prevention of humanitarian aid reaching Gaza is part of those assessments.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we approach the anniversary of the ICJ advisory opinion on the occupation, what is delaying the UK government's response? Is it that the opinion requires not just recognition that the occupation is illegal, but for the government to set out what steps it will take to end that occupation? Would he at least say from the dispatch box today whether the government believes that the movement of the Palestinian population of Gaza would constitute forcible displacement?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for the question. Of course, forcible movement of the Gazan population out of Gaza would be forcible displacement, and that is a clear concept in international law.
Mark Pritchard.
Deputy Speaker, of course Israel is an important security, trade and democratic partner, but that doesn't give it a blank check. The fact is that 13,000 children have been killed, 25,000 have been injured, maimed, wounded, orphaned, some of them. And for many years, I've been in this House 20 years, I have supported Israel pretty much at all costs, quite frankly. But today, I want to say that I got it wrong. And I condemn Israel for what it is doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza and indeed in the West Bank. And I'd like to withdraw my support right now for the actions of Israel, what they are doing right now in Gaza. Of course the hostages should be released. Of course that Israel has a right to exist. Of course the Israeli people, the Jewish people should have the right to live in peace, but so do the Palestinian people. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, that the life of a Palestinian child is as precious as the life of a Jewish child. And this is this particular moment in time, we've had lots of statements over the last 18 months, this is not only this Parliament's not greatest hour. I'm really concerned that this is a moment in history when people look back where we've got it wrong as a country. Can the Minister stand up to our friends and allies in the United States and make a strong stand for humanity, for us being on the right side of history, for having the moral courage to lead, not just to follow the United States, and to make a difference? That's why we're all elected here. Let's stand up for life. Let's stand up for all children, not just Jewish children.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that was a very powerful intervention, and I won't linger long in the answer other than to say I hear his words and I feel their force, and I will, of course, endeavour to stand up on the international stage and here in this dispatch box equal to the strength of some of these contributions.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam, we've been hearing throughout this afternoon all the things that's been happening in Gaza committed by Israel. The truth of the matter is Israel's cold-blooded murder of medics, of civilians, of UN staff, and even the aid flotilla in international waters, which killed many aid workers. And in the West Bank, more than 500,000 illegal settlements, illegal violent settlers using force, backed by the IDF and the Israelis, have been killing and maiming people in West Bank as well. Does that show that actions of Israel have been all about occupying Gaza, occupying West Bank, and continuing with their feeling, which the cabinet ministers have been saying, Israelis, that basically they want to full Judea and Samaria, and they're not even going to stop at Gaza or West Bank, but they're going to continue.
Before I bring in the Minister, could I ask members and indeed the Minister just to make the questions and answers a little bit shorter? Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and let me restate the British Government's position in relation to both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. We hope that they will be a vital part, both territories, of a single Palestinian state, and that is the objective to which we strive.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the past year, 100,000 tonnes of bombs have been dropped on Gaza, the equivalent of 5 times of the power of the nuclear weapons used over Hiroshima and Nagasaki 80 years ago. That's resulted in the death of at least 60,000 people. And on top of that, we're now going to have the complete invasion of Gaza by Israel. At what point will the government actually cease all arms supplies and military cooperation with Israel, cease the use of RAF Akrotiri, and above all, stop the export of any parts for F-35 jets, which have been complicit in the killing of 60,000 people in Gaza? This surely is a time for the British government to say no, no more, no weapons, no cooperation, no support to save lives in Gaza and, of course, in the West Bank. Now is the time to say and do that.
Hear, hear.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've set out the position in relation to the carve-out for F-35 components. Just to be clear to the House, we have suspended the sale of F-35 parts where they go directly to Israel. It is only in a position where we do not know their final destination that they are not suspended. And I won't rehearse the recognition points given the pressures of time.
Paul Wall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be clear, the master murderers of Hamas could end the suffering of the Gazan people today if they release the hostages and they agree to a ceasefire. But let's also be clear that this extremist Israeli government, in its own actions in the last few days and the last few weeks, is endangering the state of Israel. As the Right Honourable Member for the Wrekin has just made absolutely clear, he's undermining the state of Israel by its actions more than any Hamas extremist could ever dream of. So does the Minister agree with me? And he talks about practical measures, he talks about pragmatism rather than symbolism. I agree with him. But isn't the most practical step this country could take to recognise the state of Palestine in conjunction with other states as soon as possible in order to move the peace process on?
Minister.
I can assure my honourable friend that we do want to move this process on towards a political horizon, towards a peaceful solution, as quickly as we possibly can.
Dr. Andrew Mirison.
Deputy Speaker, I've been in the Minister's shoes and I do sympathise with him as he grapples with an extremely complicated and fraught situation. But does he agree with me that there cannot be any sustainable peace in the region or a viable Palestine without dealing with Hamas? And if so, what will be his plan to achieve that with others beyond pious rhetoric and hand-wringing?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is knowledgeable and experienced. He is right to focus on the central importance of removing Hamas from any position in Gaza where they could pose a threat both to the Palestinian people and indeed the Israeli civilians who have suffered so terribly at their hands. The answer is to remove Hamas and have the Palestinian Authority return in their rightful place as the sole legitimate governing authority for both the West Bank and Gaza.
Tandisi.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, in addition to continuing its cruel aid blockade deplorably, a far-right Israeli minister has told a gathering in the occupied Palestinian territories that Gaza is to be entirely destroyed and Palestinians will be forced to flee in large numbers to third countries. Will the minister wholeheartedly condemn this in addition to the intended proposals to expand the Netanyahu regime's military operations in Gaza and confirm to the House what exactly is the government doing with its international allies to stop these cruel and callous proposals?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friends. I haven't seen the remarks, as I said to the honourable friend from my benches, I haven't seen these remarks, but we have been clear what we think is acceptable, and we have condemned remarks from other Israeli ministers, and once I've had an opportunity to review them, I'm sure I will be in a position to provide a further comment. And I do reiterate our condemnation of the cruelty of some of the measures that have been put in place, particularly the block on aid into Gaza.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. An Israeli human rights group has now described Israel as using starvation as a method of warfare. This is a war crime under Article 54 of the Geneva Convention. So will he join Ireland, South Africa and many others in clarifying a genocide and apartheid against the people of Palestine? It is time to speak up and out and speak for Palestine.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't rehearse the points I've already made about determinations of genocide and indeed on recognition.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The evacuation orders of the Israeli forces have resulted in the forcible transfer of Palestinians in Gaza into ever-shrinking spaces, where they have little or no access to life-saving services and continue to be subjected to attacks. What steps is the government going to take to put pressure on Israel to ensure it does not go ahead with its plan to move Gaza's population? And does the government agree that the plans constitutes forcible displacement, which is a war crime?
Minister.
As I've said, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're clear on the status of forcible displacement under international law. I think my honourable friend's contribution is very important. I know many in this House are conscious of the multiple displacements of many Palestinians in Gaza who've been displaced not once, not twice, but in many cases more than 3 times, and the treatment of Palestinian civilians just trying to live is terrible, and I share the feelings of the House on it.
Ben Lake.
The UK Government was right to state at the International Court of Justice last week that Israel has a responsibility under international law to provide food and essential humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, and yet we know that it has blocked all aid shipments for the past 2 months. Given the catastrophe unfolding before our eyes, is it not worth resurrecting negotiations and discussions with international allies as to the possible airdrop of humanitarian aid, so that at the very least we can't say that we sat idly by and watched an entire population starve?
Minister.
We have been involved in discussions about airdrops, and there is a role for them, and we've spoken with partners in the region who have been keen to see airdrops as a contribution, particularly given the pressures on aid. And I'm not ruling them out, but I must be clear with the House that given the scale of humanitarian aid, helicopter airdrops can only reach a certain level, and while that aid would be very welcome, it would be a very, very partial response to the scale of need that we see.
Rachel Hopkins.
Mr. Speaker, the Israeli government's plans to expand its military offensive in Gaza, including holding ground and moving the Palestinian population into the south of the Strip, is wholly unacceptable. It's a clear act of aggression and flies in the face of international law. I do welcome the Minister's statement that this government strongly condemns Israel's actions, but does he, accept from voices across the House that the recognition of Palestine as a state would be imperative to work towards a lasting peace?
Minister.
I do agree with my honourable friends that a Palestinian state, safe and secure alongside its neighbour, a safe and secure Israeli state, is going to, in the end, be the vital component of sustainable peace in the region.
Chris Law.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Gaza will be entirely destroyed. That's a direct quote from Israel's Minister of Finance, Bezalel Smotrich, earlier today. This is the language of ethnic cleansing and genocide. Yep. This is a pariah government that's using starvation as a weapon of war. Yep. Warnings the Israeli government will seek to displace the entire Palestinian population and flatten all of Gaza have been repeatedly ignored by this government over many months, yet this is now the reality that Gazans face. So given the UK government has continued to give continued support to Israel throughout this conflict,
With reports an RAF jet flew to Israel with F-35 parts and military personnel only just last week, is it the case the British intelligence services and the Foreign Office have been blindsided by Israel's approved plan?
Minister.
If the honourable gentleman means, was the Foreign Office aware of the plan before it was announced? No, we were not aware that the plan, and we have been clear in all of our interactions since we have become this government on the view we would take on proposals of this nature.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For more than a year and a half, we've witnessed a genocide being live streamed on our screens. We've seen children in Gaza being blown apart by Israeli bombs, infants wasting away from Israel's imposed starvation, and now Israel is proposing a full invasion and occupation of the entire Strip. The Israeli government is making a mockery of international law, and we are enabling it. It's not enough for the UK government just to condemn the Israeli government. When will our government end all arms sales to Israel and implement trade sanctions? We cannot be asking in years to come, what did we do to prevent a genocide, and for the answer to be not enough.
I thank my honourable friends for the question. I won't rehearse the F-35 points discussed with the Right Honourable Member for Islington North. I want to return to her points about international law. This government will continue to stand for international law, as we did on Friday at the ICJ, where we were absolutely clear on our position on international law as it pertains to the occupying power, which is what Israel finds itself as in Gaza.
Lee Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From the father of the House to the 2024 intake, we are hearing across the chamber from Labour, Conservative, from Green, Plaid, Scottish National colleagues, a consensus of what the government need to do on behalf of the British people. We need our government to recognise the Palestinian state. We need to make sure that the hostages are returned home. We need to stop the killing of innocent Palestinians who are now faced with starvation. Minister, on behalf of this House of Commons, I plead with you and the government to take action. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, the Minister. That we plead with the Minister and the government to take action on behalf of all of us as honourable members in this House, and to do the right thing and show that leadership. We are capable of leadership. We need to act.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would say I've been at this dispatch box on many occasions discussing these issues, but I can confirm to the honourable gentleman I have felt the force of the contributions this afternoon.
Jessica Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House this afternoon to give this update and his strong opposition to the proposed expansion of Israel's military operation. Constituents and we all continue to be horrified by the consequences of the assault on Gaza, the blockade on aid, and now the news this weekend of escalation. And they ask, if diplomacy is failing, then what comes next? What more can the Minister state to my constituents about the latest negotiations? And can I join others from across the House in the call for meaningful action, including recognition?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. We are fully committed to playing our full diplomatic role. I hear the frustrations of her constituents and indeed hear it from my own constituents in Lincoln. I know that many across the country watch these scenes in growing horror that they continue this long into the conflict. We will be working, including with our European partners, particularly France and Germany. We have issued E3 statements together. It is a source of shared frustration that more progress has not been made. We hope, as I said in an earlier answer, to be able to see progress towards a ceasefire. We are supporting the efforts of Special Envoy Witkoff in that regard, and we will spare no effort in that.
Adnan Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over and over again, from all sides of this House, we witness grandstanding against mass migration and the most vulnerable in any society, refugees and asylum seekers. Whilst knowing all too well that refugee crises are not born out of a vacuum, as attested by the situation unfolding before the eyes of the world in Gaza. Refugees have no choice. They are forced out of their homes and thrust upon the world looking for somewhere safe to seek asylum. And after last week's elections, the Prime Minister...
I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman is going to get to his question very quickly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After last week's election, the Prime Minister pledged to the British public that he will go harder on the issue of migration. And now, given what the Israeli government is saying, I ask the Minister whether the government will go harder, whether his government will come down hard in action and not mere condemnation to ensure that the world is not faced with a new and devastating refugee crisis.
Minister.
As the Honourable Gentleman knows, one of the most painful elements of this crisis has been that even those Palestinians in Gaza who wish to leave have not been able to do so. We've discussed forced displacement regrettably many times already over the course of this afternoon, so I won't rehearse the point, but I can assure him that in the face of potential further escalation in the conflict, we will redouble our efforts to try to secure the ceasefire that I know everybody in this House wants to see restored.
I am going to get all members in, but can I please urge short questions? Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, Israel is starving Gaza to death. When Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war and Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed before our eyes, I'm sorry, Minister, mere words of regret or condemnation from the government simply are not good enough. We will be judged by in history for the failure of the Palestinian people in this House. So I urge the Minister to listen to the House today, the consensus that's being built, and act. Act, not words. Please, Minister, we need actions for the Palestinian people.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard the force of the contributions. I'd say gently to my honourable friend that unlike my predecessors, I have taken action, as has the Foreign Secretary and others, in response to this crisis. But clearly, in the face of the scenes coming out of Gaza, no one can be claiming victory at the moment.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement and for his careful chosen words as well. It's never easy to respond to all the questions. As the Minister is aware and has stated, peace talks must be a priority for the region, and the need for food and aid to reach children is absolutely essential. Yeah. So has the Minister been able to talk with our allies in Israel to allow independent third parties immediate access to Gaza to distribute needed supplies, whilst also, very important, also ensuring that Israel's safety is not in any way compromised?
The Honourable Gentleman talks about the importance of independence and impartiality. Those are exactly the principles that should be guiding the humanitarian operation in Gaza. He is absolutely right. Hamas must not be diverting aid for their own financial gain or using civilian infrastructure for military purposes. The best way to ensure that is to open up Gaza and allow the aid agencies in to operate effectively.
Mohammed Yassin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, given that the Israeli government has publicly declared its intent to occupy Gaza indefinitely and is systematically denying its entire population access to the most basic needs to sustain human survival, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a war crime. So does the Minister agree with me that the UK government must urgently recognise the state of Palestine alongside France at the United Nations conference on the two-state solution in June?
Minister.
I can reassure my honourable friends that we want to play our full contribution in moving a two-state solution forward, and we're of course in touch with all key regional partners in the run-up to the June conference.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Missing from so much of the debate around the awful conflict in Gaza are the voices of the Israeli people and the opposition. They've been crying out for another hostage and ceasefire deal. Israel is a liberal democracy with elections due next year. So does the Minister agree with opposition figures such as Yair Lapid, Benny Gantz and Yair Golan that the threatened expansion of operations in Gaza will do nothing to bring the 59 hostages home or to remove the Iranian-sponsored death cult that is Hamas?
Minister.
My honourable friend has got a deep focus on these issues and is committed to playing his full role here in them. He will understand why I decline the opportunity to comment on Israel's internal politics. I will restate the British government's view, though, about the fastest route to allowing safety for those hostages is a ceasefire, and the points that he made are made with some force.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. I appreciate that the Minister cannot comment directly on sanctions in this House, but the Minister knows that I have privately urged him to consider further sanctions, to consider further concrete, measurable action. Given the ongoing horror, given the statement from the Israeli government, please will the Minister consider further concrete action? Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to guess at my likely response. I won't comment on sanctions from this dispatch box, but she has indeed raised these issues with real force with me, and I'm sure she will continue to do so, and we will continue to keep them under review.
Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and I very much welcome the strong words of condemnation. None of us, of course, will ever forget the horrors of 7th of October on the Israeli people, but these latest announcements show an Israeli government which I fear is out of control and making fools of us as allies. So firstly, when my right honourable friend commits to using the full diplomatic weight to bring about that ceasefire we all urgently want to see, what concrete next steps does he envisage, given that neither Hamas nor Netanyahu seem bothered in the slightest by international humanitarian law? And secondly, the Prime Minister has previously described the recognition of a Palestinian state as an undeniable right. So when will we see that right honoured?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question and his commitment to these issues. I won't rehearse the arguments about recognition. It is obviously a vital part of what I hope will be a practical set of steps forward to try and address the truly horrific scenes we see emanating from Gaza. And I join with him on pressing on those party to the conflict who are in breach of their international humanitarian law obligations to change their approach.
Uma Kamaran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I echo the Minister's words condemning Hamas and condemning the Houthi attacks on Ben Gurion Airport? Madam Deputy Speaker, an aid blockade is an aid blockade. Annexation is annexation. War crimes are war crimes. Israel may be our formal ally, but this weekend the Israeli government has committed to the seizure and occupation of the Gaza Strip, something which this government has repeatedly stated as violation of international law. Can the Minister tell this House the reasoning that FCDO officials have provided him for not escalating the UK sanctions on Israel? And does he agree with me and the calls of this House that the time has come for significant action in the face of crimes that, had they been committed by any other country, we would have already done something about?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. As she knows, officials advise and ministers decide. So I won't labour the questions of Foreign Office advice. We will be taking action in response to the events that we see, as this House would expect. I will not comment on sanctions further from the dispatch box, but I recognise the force of the contributions and the commitment of many of my honourable friends, including the honourable member for Burn Stratford, on these questions.
Frank McNally.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for coming to the House today. The long-term occupation of Gaza is entirely incompatible with a viable two-state solution and completely undermines any small prospect that we have for a lasting peace. A full-scale occupation of Gaza is of course inconsistent with international humanitarian law. So can the Minister please advise the House and give some reassurance that the government is considering urgently recognising the state of Palestine, and if the Israeli government moves on the actions that have been referenced throughout this debate today, that the government will seriously look at further sanctions. I know the Minister does not like to talk about it from the dispatch box, but can he give an assurance that such a review will take place should Israel move forward with the actions that it's outlined?
My honourable friend is right. Permanent occupation of Gaza is would be a grievous blow to a two-state solution. Clearly, the Gaza Strip should be a central part of a Palestinian state, and I can assure him that we do continue to keep all of these matters under close review.
Jazz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement today. The recognition of the Palestinian state and the Palestinian people represented as equals at the negotiating table is crucial. With what has gone on in the region recently, does the Minister agree with me that Israel must immediately lift all restrictions on aid and allow unfettered access to humanitarian assistance in Gaza? And if Israel refuses, what levers can we use to save innocent lives?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right about the critical nature of the aid shortages in Gaza. The World Food Programme have been clear that they are running out of all stocks to sustain life, and it is absolutely vital that the Israelis reverse their path and now allow aid back into the Strip.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Palestinian people have a right to determine the future of their country. So I ask the Minister what specific action he is going to take on the proposed indefinite occupation by Israel of Gaza that risks eroding that sovereignty of the Palestinian people, sets an extreme precedent in international law, and ultimately jeopardises any path to a lasting peace.
Minister.
My honourable friend asked important questions. We are raising these issues directly with the Israeli government, and we are talking with our allies about what steps we may take next.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's now been more than 2 months since Israel blocked food and aid getting into Gaza. Aid agencies tell us 95% of their work has been stopped or drastically reduced because of the blockade. I welcome the Minister's comments condemning these appalling actions. But now we're facing a total collapse of the aid system in Gaza. Is it not time now to go further than words and take action against these extremist ministers who are advocating for this starvation policy?
Minister.
My honourable friend is a former aid worker. He understands how these things work, and his warnings about the scale of risk for the humanitarian system, which is supporting so many Palestinian lives, are well made, and I won't rehearse some of the previous comments I've made.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is right to strongly oppose the Israeli government's plan to expand military action, which is unconscionable. Does the Minister agree that what should be expanded is the provision of humanitarian aid? What should be intensified are negotiations and diplomatic pressure on all parties to bring about a ceasefire, to bring about a return of hostages, and to bring about a credible peace process that results in 2 sovereign states?
Minister.
I do agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the point very well made by my honourable friend.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Gaza has had aid blocked for 2 months. Netanyahu said that the population may be moved for their own safety. Safety from whom? Can the Minister explain to me what further diplomatic consequences Israel will face if they continue down this road?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right to centre on the safety of Palestinian people. The diplomacy in relation to this situation continues at pace. I won't provide a running commentary from this dispatch box, but I can assure him that we are in direct contact contact with the Israeli government on these questions and with our allies to discuss the next steps.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement this afternoon? That brings us to the 10... Point of order, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During Prime Minister's questions last Wednesday, I was sitting behind the Honourable Member for Clacton. I made some comments and I learned the lesson that the microphones in this place are very good and they pick up comments that are made directly behind Honourable Members. The comments that I made related to the Honourable Member's second earnings declared on his Register of Interests. A Reform UK social media account digitally manipulated those comments to give the appearance that I had described the Honourable Member for Clacton using a 4-letter expletive. This is misinformation, it is fake news, this is Trumpian tactics. It was reported to X, Elon Musk's X. No response was received. If footage in this House is allowed to be digitally manipulated for political ends in the name of members of this House, then that puts at risk the proceedings in this House and I believe puts at risk democracy. I raise this point of order today to put on the public record the facts so my constituents and everyone else knows what actually happened and to seek your advice through the Chair on what I should do.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for having given notice of his point of order. It isn't a matter for the Chair, but as Honourable Members from across the House will know, downloading and sharing clips of proceedings in the Chamber is subject to conditions of use, and clips should not be manipulated in such a way as to be misleading. Can I suggest that the Honourable Member raises the matter with the Director of Parliamentary Audio and Video as a matter of urgency? Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Lawrence Turner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the Secretary of State to review the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, from time to time this House has asked itself the question, what value do we place on support for the victims of violent crime? I believe that this is the right time to ask ourselves that question again. Victim support can take many forms, including non-financial measures. We have got better, and we must get better still, at recognising the lifelong impact that violent crime has on a person. Victims would benefit from better sharing of information about support services, both public and voluntary, and the processes for accessing NHS diagnostic and therapeutic support. That information sharing should start with the police, the ambulance service, and the Crown Prosecution Service. Indeed, I was pleased to hear recently from the West Midlands CPS about the enhanced victim support that is now in place. But there will always be cases where financial loss has occurred or where financial remedy is a necessary or otherwise appropriate means of providing some measure of justice to those who have suffered assault. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think all sides of this House would wholeheartedly endorse the principle that, wherever possible, the perpetrators of violent crime should pay the costs of restitution. Indeed, it is a welcome and remarkable achievement that the amounts recovered to fund support services through the victim surcharge, first introduced in 2007, have nearly doubled over the last 4 years. But the Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme exists because some offenders lack or cannot be proven to possess the assets or revenue to pay those costs, the so-called straw men of the justice system, and in still more cases, the perpetrators of violence are never identified. Crime statistics notoriously do not tell the full story, but in the West Midlands Police Force area, nearly 1 in 5 violent assaults are not prosecuted because no suspect can be named. Now, I should like to commend the Chief Constable, Craig Guilford, and the Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, for their success in increasing the number and the share of identified assailants, but the point stands. Madam Deputy Speaker, the animating force behind the current Criminal Injuries Compensation Scheme was a Birmingham magistrate and the first Secretary of the Howard League for Penal Reform, Marjorie Fry, who led a campaign in the 1950s under the clarion call of justice for victims. She argued that the criminal injuries cannot be narrowly considered to be a private matter between the assailant and the victim. And just as we provide for each other in times of sickness through national insurance, so too, she argued, a duty is owed by the state when it fails to prevent one citizen from injuring another. In her words, the state cannot disown all responsibility for its occasional failure to protect. Today, that same principle is set out by the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority when they say that payment is sometimes needed as an acknowledgement of harm and an important gesture of public sympathy. That scheme is now an integral part of the justice system, even if it is, as my honourable friend, the member for Hammersmith and Chiswick, the chair of the Justice Committee, put it last week, something of a Cinderella service. Nothing in what I say today is intended, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a criticism of the staff of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority. They work hard under difficult circumstances with staffing numbers that have fallen by a fifth since the current iteration of the scheme was introduced in 2012. The Civil Service People Survey shows that they take pride and find professional fulfilment in their work. And as someone who once received an award from the scheme, I remain grateful to them. Important and positive improvements have been made compared to 6 years ago when the Victims Commissioner published an excoriating report. And may I say at this point how welcome it is to see the Minister, the Honourable Member for Pontypridd, in her place. I know that she cares deeply about victim support, combined with a specialist knowledge about the matter, and I'm grateful to her for her thoughtful responses and conversations on this issue. It is clear also that failings remain within the system, as we heard last week when members across parties contributed to a debate in Westminster Hall. And I draw particular attention today to the delays that too many applicants still experience, the lack of signposting or integration with wider support services, a general lack of public awareness about the scheme itself, the trauma of dog attacks on postal workers and other victims by new and banned breeds, the victims of which are mostly ineligible for compensation following changes to the scheme in 2012. The recommendations also of the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. In addition, supposedly £500,000 a year hardship fund, established 13 years ago, but is now essentially a dead letter. The criteria are so restrictive that no payments have been made from it at all in the last 7 years. And the tariff system itself. Many serious and life-changing injuries are not covered at all by the scheme. Now, it is true that the upper cap on the scheme is generous by international standards, but the lowest limit of £1,000 has not changed since it's been frozen in cash terms since 1992. I would like to draw attention to a point made in this place by my honourable friend, the member for Derby North, who referred to Annex B of the scheme, which defines a crime of violence as including, and I quote, a sexual assault to which a person did not, in fact, consent. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are words and ideas from another age. Even if the courts now take a more informed interpretation, the continued presence of this definition can only cause harm, and it must be struck from the scheme. These problems, and I believe from my own casework and that of other members, that these problems do, to an extent, persist, and they impose a heavy burden on the victims of crime. Like some other members of this House, I bear the physical scars of violent crime alongside other scars of a different and more subtle kind. I've spoken previously in another debate about that experience, and I do not intend to repeat those words today. It is enough to ask that honourable members take it on trust that delays, the seemingly arbitrary rules of the scheme, the manner of the communication, and sometimes, yes, poor decision-making can add to the sum of pain that victims feel, a pain that can only be partially outweighed by the release that the end of the criminal injuries process brings. A perpetrator might evade justice, but it is part of the nature of the trauma response that at a slight or unexpected prompting, a victim may be compelled to relive that crime again and again. That is why the Victims Commissioner has called for an overarching review of the scheme to establish whether it actually fulfills its stated remit, to acknowledge the harm suffered by victims of violent crime who have no other access to compensation, and to provide redress as part of a just and compassionate response. That is what the bill, which I beg leave to introduce, would achieve. The legislation would set out a simple requirement for a fundamental review and for ministers to report back to the House with proposals for further scrutiny and debate. I cannot stand here and claim that easy answers exist to all these questions, and while I note that, to the best of my calculations, the cost of the scheme appears to be falling in real terms, we do live in straitened financial times. That is why it is better that reform of the scheme be carried through in a deliberative manner, on the basis of accurate and recent evidence and with the needs of victims as a primary concern. To that end, I take heart from the Minister's statement that although the Government does not plan changes to the scheme at this time, she went on to say that the clear message to me is that we need change, and I will be considering from Government how best to provide the support that victims need and deserve. I take heart too from the Prime Minister's statement of personal support for the victims of violent crime when this matter was raised with him a fortnight ago by my honourable friend, the member for Warrington North. Madam Deputy Speaker, this issue touches the lives of people in every one of our constituencies. No amount of money can return someone to their mental or physical state prior to an assault, but a well-functioning, fair and compassionate scheme can bring victims some measure of justice.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Charlotte Nichols, Michael Wheeler, Andy Slaughter, Verinda Juss, Antonia Bance, Chris Blaw, Catherine Atkinson, Kevin McKenna, Mark Sewards, Tim Rocker and Alistair Straffen, and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lawrence Turner.
Criminal Injuries Compensation Authority Review Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of June.
Friday the 13th of June. We now come to the general debate on the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe and victory over Japan. I call the Minister to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am honoured to be opening today's debate as we come together as a House and a country to mark 80 years since victory in Europe this Thursday on the 8th of May. And on the 15th of August, we will mark victory over Japan. In May 1940, in his first speech as Prime Minister, Churchill proclaimed, "Let us go forward together with our united strength." And that is what the country did. Their united strength carried that generation through 6 years of war, 6 years of suffering, and 6 years of sacrifice to preserve the way of life we enjoy and the values we hold dear today. From the evacuation of Dunkirk to the Battle of Britain to the Blitz, we remember those brave service personnel from Great Britain and the Commonwealth who served their country, those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. We thank you and we remember you. We remember those on the home front, the evacuated children, the women who stepped into essential roles. And I think of my Aunt Kath, my granddad's cousin, who went to work for the first time in a factory. And the Bevan boys, many from Barnsley, who worked down the pit to power the war effort. We are proud to remember their contribution and the lasting legacy of peace they fought so hard to secure, today and always. I will give way.
Minister, I know it's an oversight in the Honourable Lady's contribution, but Northern Ireland also made a very significant contribution. There was never any conscription needed in Northern Ireland, and the great thing about it was the women filled the gap. The women worked in the aircraft factories, they worked in Harland and Wolff, they worked in engineering, they worked in the farms, they worked in the fields, they worked in the rope factory. All those things, 12,500 women made the contribution to support their men at the front.
No, he's absolutely right, and I'm going to come on to speak about Northern Ireland later in my contribution. I was delighted to visit a few weeks ago to see firsthand how you will be commemorating the VE Day. And he's absolutely right, because I'm sure members here today will be able to share how their constituency or families played their part in this effort. Commemorations this year to mark VE and VJ Day have been and will continue to be led by those with first-hand experience of the war. The government is honoured to be working with veterans and the RBL to bring this to life. However, as we mark 80 years between today and the end of the war, the number of those with living memory are becoming ever smaller. This year's anniversary may be the last where veterans who contributed directly to the victory can be in attendance, or where young people can speak to family members who contributed to the effort. I am lucky to have grown up hearing stories from my granddad who served in the RAF, but generations born today may not have those same opportunities to connect directly with veterans. It's up to us to keep their memory alive, and I will give way, yes.
To the Minister giving way. She talks about victory, and would she'd like to join me in paying tribute to Corporal Thomas Priday, who was one of the first soldiers actually killed in World War II from the 1st Battalion, the King Shropshire Light Infantry. And while she's paying tribute, I hope, to him and his relatives, also to pay tribute to the Shropshire Royal Horse Artillery and the Shropshire Yeomanry, of course, had a distinguished campaign in Italy.
Well, I, of course, join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute. He makes an incredibly important point. He's put it on the record. I'm really pleased to echo his sentiments. Because, as I was saying, it is up to all of us, as time continues forward, to keep that collective memory alive. I will give way.
I thank the Minister. And as we celebrate 80 years since the liberation of our continent from a fascist tyrannical regime, and of course, we must be forever grateful to those brave souls who fought and fell for our freedom. Does the Minister agree that we are within Europe once again faced by a regime hell-bent on subjugation and tyranny, and we must stand up to those aggressors and bullies and remember that peace is hard won?
Yes, the honourable gentleman makes an incredibly important point. I'm joined by the Defence Secretary who heard that point as well. I will give way, yes.
To the Minister, I'm enjoying her contribution. Well, does she agree with me? The reason we do 80th anniversaries is because they can be veteran-led. That will not be the case, sadly, in 2039. But does she agree with me, too, that it's important we start to plan for the centenary of the Second World War, because having been involved very heavily in the centenary of the Great War, I can say the UK, if anything, began its preparations just a little bit too late compared with our friends and allies.
I think the honourable gentleman makes an incredibly important point, and it was what I was speaking to the head of the Imperial War Museum about just yesterday. We absolutely need to start to plan now. I will give way, yes.
The Minister is being incredibly generous, but she mentions the Imperial War Museum. Does she share my regret at the decision of the Imperial War Museum to close the gallery, displaying over 200 Victoria Crosses and George Crosses, which were collected by Lord Ashcroft and given to the gallery for permanent public display? And could she perhaps ask the Imperial War Museum Museum, whether even now they could reconsider that decision.
I've absolutely heard that point, and I know we've spoken about it previously. I know that my colleague, Minister Bryant, the member for the Rhondda, has had conversations with both Lord Ashcroft and the Imperial War Museum. He is the Minister responsible for museums. I will reflect those comments to him, and I'll follow up to the Honourable Gentleman in writing. I will speak about our national remembrance and celebration this week in a moment, but I want to touch first on how important that collective memory and legacy is. Now, this government launched a number of initiatives to ensure every generation, young and old, can connect with the history of their families and communities. Letters to Loved Ones has encouraged school children and family members to explore their family histories, looking for old letters and artefacts to help them learn about life during wartime and share them on our website. My mum and dad discovered some lovely letters between my grandparents during the war and just after, when they had got married. Now, to inspire young people to learn about what life was like during wartime Britain, we also announced Our Shared Story, which brought together a range of educational resources. This includes materials for schools from the Royal British Legion called I'll Remember, which focus on conversations between veterans and young people. People across the country will also be invited to watch The Next Morning, a brand new National Theatre production written by award-winning screenwriter and playwright James Graham. This short film focuses on the hopes, dreams and ambitions of young people after the Second World War. I have written to schools across my constituency to share these materials, and like all of the community engagement resources, they are designed to run through the year to VJ Day and beyond. Like our Tip Top Towns initiative, a call to action to community and volunteering groups to get their town or village ready for the commemorations, whether that be bunting, litter picking or crochet bonnets for letterboxes. I spotted one in Hoyland and in Darfield in my own area this weekend. Now, to deliver the VE and VJ 80 programme of events and national engagement, the government has worked with an array of brilliant partners, including the Imperial War Museums, National Theatre, RBL, Atlantic Productions, Arts Council England, the Together Coalition, the BBC, and of course, all of the DCMS and MOD officials and service personnel. I would like to express my gratitude for their commitment, and I would also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all those who are currently serving in our armed forces. I will give way, yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I just will add one more to the list of that list of excellent organisations who are supporting this. The National Memorial Arboretum in Albury was really important that actually we celebrate VE and VJ Day in Staffordshire, where Reginald Mitchell, the designer of the Spitfire, was born in my honourable friend for Newcastle's constituency, and also at the site of RAF Lichfield, which was the busiest airfield in Staffordshire, apologies, during the Second World War, just down the road from Albury was, where we'll be celebrating there. Thank you.
It's absolutely right, and I'm going on to talk about the National Memorial Arboretum a little later in my contribution, and I was pleased to visit a couple of years ago. Now, we want the whole of the UK to feel included and involved in VE and VJ Day celebrations wherever they live and whoever they are. Events to mark the occasion began yesterday, with the cenotaph draped in flags overnight into Monday, the first time since the cenotaph was unveiled in 1920, followed by the military procession. This included over 1,300 Armed Forces personnel and uniformed youth. This was accompanied by a flypast led by a Second World War RAF Lancaster and featuring the Red Arrows. Indeed, when the news of peace in Europe arrived here in 1945, spontaneous celebrations broke out in the streets. Those parties were replicated with street parties up and down the country yesterday, and I was delighted to join His Majesty the King and members of the royal family to meet veterans at a tea party at Buckingham Palace. And can I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the fact that it is 2 years to the day since His Majesty the King's coronation. I was also pleased to attend the Imperial War Museum celebration aboard HMS Belfast. I know communities will have come together across the country in celebration. And of course, I thank all mayors and local authorities for the local events they have been and will continue to lead. Iconic buildings will be lit up this evening as beacons of strength and national unity, symbolising the return of light after an era of blackouts lasting 6 years and echoing the moment when the face of Big Ben was relit. From today until Remembrance Day in November, almost 30,000 ceramic poppies on loan from the Imperial War Museums will cascade from the Tower of London, recreating the World War I centenary installation in 2014. The poppies represent a wound at the heart of the tower that survived the Blitz, which is being unveiled this evening as we speak. Tomorrow, a special performance of the Parliament Choir will take place, and the Imperial War Museum and the National Theatre are working together to showcase their Letters to Loved Ones project and to premiere their new film the next morning, highlighting the huge impact that living history can have. On VE Day itself, an official service of remembrance will take place at Westminster Abbey before celebrations conclude with the VE Day concert. The concert, shown live on the BBC, will mirror this with a mix of music, poetry and the spoken word that reflects our proud national stories, values and culture. Through these events, we can make sure the legacies of those who gave their lives will always have the same profound impact. I will give way, yes.
I thank the Minister for giving way. This is a particularly poignant debate for me to attend today, because this morning I attended the funeral of Betty Webb, a 101-year-old former Bletchley Park codebreaker who really epitomised the very best of this great generation. Will the Minister join me in paying tribute to Betty and thanking her as we lay her to rest for the sacrifice and commitment that she provided to the war effort?
I absolutely join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to Betty. I thank her for her service, as I'm sure the whole House does. I would like to now thank my counterparts in the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Irish governments for their support and engagement. Thanks to them, events and services will take place in every devolved nation. To name a few, Northern Ireland will host a beacon lighting ceremony, and I was pleased to take up the invitation from the member from Upper Bands to see how her community will be marking the occasion. I know services and commemorations are taking place in Wales, such as the National Service of Thanksgiving tomorrow evening and the VE Day Anniversary Parade in Swansea on the 11th. I look forward to meeting my counterpart in Cardiff next week. This evening, the Royal British Legion Scotland and Poppy Scotland will host Scotland's salute concert at Usher Hall. I was pleased to visit the Scottish War Memorial in Edinburgh a few weeks ago to pay tribute to the Scottish soldiers who paid the ultimate sacrifice.
On that point,
yes.
I thank the Minister, and she's making an excellent speech, because as I celebrated with my Slough constituents VE Day, for example, in Britwell and the Royal British Legion organised event in Sippenham, we reflected on the contributions of our family members, including my great-grandfather and my grandmother's brother and others who had fought during those conflicts. But does the Minister agree that those armies fighting for our freedom are very reflective and representative of today's modern-day Britain, and that we must use that very fact when countering those who espouse hatred and division?
The honourable gentleman makes a really, really important point, and I echo it. I thought it was another intervention. Okay, as we reflect through this week, we must of course remember everyone who supported the war effort, in particular the Channel Islands, whose courage is woven into the fabric of our freedom. The Channel Islands were not liberated until the 9th of May, and their story, like many, is one of hardship and perseverance. To mark Liberation Day, the Ministry of Justice will be flying the flags of Jersey and Guernsey in commemoration. I will be visiting Jersey and Sark at the end of this week to commemorate Liberation Day. I look forward to participating in the commemorations and to meeting and hearing about the soldiers, civilians and children who sacrificed so much. Now, the Second World War was truly just that, a world war, and Britain would not be the country we know it to be today if it wasn't for the Commonwealth troops who fought tirelessly for Allied victory. I am pleased to be working with the Commonwealth War Graves Commission as part of the VE and VJ Day commemorations to ensure that the commemorations are worldwide. Their global evermortal will honour and shine a light on the stories of those from across the world who fought in the Second World War, visiting Belgium, Italy, Malta, France and the Netherlands, as well as across the UK, to bring the stories of British and Commonwealth soldiers to life. It is important to note that many of these service personnel continue to fight in the Pacific long after the war on the European front had come to an end. We will mark that contribution again on VJ Day on August the 15th. On that first VJ Day, 80 years ago, Clement Attlee, Prime Minister at the time, said to this House, "Thus the long, grievous war is at an end, and peace on earth has been restored." And indeed, those 6 years of war saw the generations before us make tremendous sacrifices to preserve the way of life we enjoy today. On VJ Day, the Royal British Legion will lead the nation in honouring those who fought and died during the war in the Far East with a service at the National Memorial Arboretum. The legacy of those who gave or risked their lives will always have a profound impact, and it is up to all of us to keep their stories alive. Once more, we have come through. As the poet Edmund Blunden said in his poem V-Day, moments of national unity live long in our memories, from the Olympics to our late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Jubilee. They bring us together and they remind us of our common communal values, how we pull together in times of adversity, how we show compassion to our neighbours, how we put our community before division in times of need. I am grateful that we, as a House and as a country, have had the opportunity to create another moment of such unity today and throughout the year, as we remember that great generation, all they gave and all they fought for.
The question is that this House has considered the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe and victory over Japan. Shadow Minister Saqib Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for that excellent speech, and I welcome all that the Government has done in preparation for VE Day and VJ Day. Madam Deputy Speaker, the 80th anniversary of VE Day and VJ Day are a time for the nation to come together and celebrate the conclusion of the Second World War, a war in which good triumphed over evil and liberated millions of people from the horrors of fascism. On VE Day, across the Western world, millions rejoiced, relieved that years of conflict and immense hardship were finally coming to an end. On the 8th of May 1945, British people, including Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth, flocked to the streets to celebrate the defeat of Nazi Germany and the liberation of Europe. People danced long into the night. They attended street parties and they looked forward to a brighter future. And we must not forget, though, that as those parties wore on, British and Commonwealth troops, as well as our allies, continued to take the struggle to Japan. It took until August 1945 for victory over Japan to happen. This day marked the conclusion of the war in the Far East, where we must never forget the sacrifices of the troops that helped liberate millions of people from Imperial Japan. I will do.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. I wasn't going to make this point, but one of my constituents, Pam Gillespie, often leads the VJ Day commemorations in Harlow because her father, George Money, was a Middle East prisoner of war. Would you agree with me it's hugely important, and thank people like Pam, that we recognise VJ and recognise that the war in Europe may have been over, but there was still a war going on and many servicemen were still giving their lives?
I thank the honourable member, and on this point we are friends, because I thank Pam and the sacrifice of her family for all that happened on VJ Day. VE Day and VJ Day must forever be remembered and etched into our memories, and I'm sure that this whole House will agree with me that it is so important that we remember these historic days for years to come. 2025 is especially important. It may well be one of the last years in which troops who served in the Second World Wars are still alive. For the Minister, the Shadow Secretary of State has actually asked me to ask if the Minister can comment directly on his campaign to bring a statue of Vera Lynn home. The late Sir David Amess launched an appeal to create a lasting memorial to Dame Vera Lynn. Dame Vera Lynn's songs kept our troops' morale high, often in times of huge uncertainty and great peril. During the Battle of Britain, where it looked like the Nazis might invade Britain at any moment, she really did keep the bluebird singing over the white cliffs of Dover. The committee needed to raise £350,000 to complete the bronzing process and bring the memorial home from the Czech Republic. So will the Minister be able to confirm that this fitting tribute will indeed be brought home? Madam Deputy Speaker, every man and woman that served and serves in our armed forces stands up for Britain and the rights that we have fought for generations. Democracy, liberty and the rule of law. These values are precious and we are forever in debt to those brave souls who fought to defend this country. And as the saying goes, freedom is not free. So to all those serving, those who have served, and to all those who have sacrificed, we say thank you. Yesterday, thousands of people descended upon the Mall to watch all three services march in the excellent VE Day parade. And I'm sure the whole House will join me in paying tribute to everyone who took part, but especially the veterans who made the occasion so special.
Today, Her Majesty the Queen will visit the Tower of London to see the 30,000 poppies on display that mark and reflect the sacrifices made by so many in the Second World War. And here in Parliament, there will be a celebratory concert taking part in Westminster Hall, where the fantastic parliamentary choir will perform alongside some special guests. And on VE Day itself, nearly 2,000 people, including His Majesty the King and the Queen, and a host of veterans, will mark the 80th anniversary with a special service at Westminster Abbey. I will.
Would he agree with me that in addition to the fantastic array of events that we've got nationally to mark VE Day and VJ Day, actually the community events that we have in our constituencies organised by local community groups are really fantastic and give us a wonderful opportunity to celebrate and reflect on the great contribution of those who fought for our freedoms, including Project Pearly, who organised a fantastic celebration that I attended on Monday.
I think the Honourable Member makes an excellent point, and she's absolutely right. It is the community events that really do define the day for me. Over the coming days, alongside the national events, as I lead on to in my speech, thousands of people up and down the country will also commemorate this historic occasion with street parties, church services and concerts. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my own constituency of Meriden and Solihull East, we proudly remember our heroes. Every year in Meriden, in the very heart of England, hundreds of cyclists come to honour the cyclists who lost their lives in the First and Second World Wars. On Thursday, I'll be joining the Mayor of Solihull, who will be lighting a beacon at Elmdon Church, and later in the week, I'll be joining Visit Knowles street party. And of course, if I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, I pay special tribute to the Solihull Observer, who printed a special edition in commemoration of VE Day with stories of the heroes that come from my part of the world. These events, and many others from across the country, truly show Britain at its very best. Madam Deputy Speaker, in remembering that war, we must also remember that our victory was forged on our relationships, not just with our allies, but with our friends in the Commonwealth. Those troops that came from many, many different nations, of different faiths from across the world, Christian, Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Sikh, and other faiths, who fought side by side, irrespective of their race or religion, to stand up for the values that we all hold dear. Their common goal, to stand against tyranny, to stand against evil, to stand for freedom. Madam Deputy Speaker, the conclusion of the Second World War marked the end of the last major conflict in Europe until Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine. And whilst we rightly celebrate the end of the Second World War today, we must not forget the horrific and brutal conflict taking place in Europe. We were all moved yesterday by the Ukrainian troops taking part in the parade. It reflects our country's deep and profound commitment to their noble cause, and once more shows that this country will not stand by whilst brutal autocrats seek to impose themselves on Europe. And Madam Deputy Speaker, while I'm deeply proud of the St George's flag and the Union Jack, I feel it is worth saying that I'm also proud of the Ukrainian flag that has flown on council buildings across the UK. It is a reminder that this country will always stand up to bullies and come to the aid of those who stand for democracy and freedom. I will.
Member for giving way. It's unusual for me to do two interventions in the same debate. When I think back to my personal experience and my family's experience of the Second World War, my tide fought in the war, my grandfather on my mum's side, who was Welsh. His war didn't end in 1945. He didn't come home until 1947 because he was part of the peacekeeping missions in both Italy and Greece. And does he agree that actually when we look at the situation in Ukraine, it's really important that we remember Britain's role not just in winning the war, but in winning the peace as well, and how important that will be in the future?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I could not have put it better myself. I think the Honourable Member makes an excellent point about the work that is happening now and that will happen going forward. And if I may, and indulge this House, I also note that Reform's flag ban policy would also stop council buildings from flying armed forces flags. A reminder that populism does not equal patriotism.
Where are they?
To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, at times of global uncertainty, reflect